and said something, and I was like, no bueno, no comprende.
No bueno.
And he was like,
great.
and he basically pointed at the football team, and then pointed at the right, and then held up 5 fingers, and pointed at the left and held up 4 fingers, and then pointed at me and said 5 fingers. And I went, sure. I nodded. And basically I got roped into this family's Sunday football match on the beach. And my parents were like, is he going to be all right? And it was like, he survived the biggest airport in the world. He'll be fine. I'm sure he can handle 5 Brazilians. But yeah, they thanked me for joining, and I kind of got the gist of what they were saying, because they did their best to kind of try and speak English. Couldn't speak a word of it, but they did their best.
That's sweet.
But
Also,
definitely the friendly.
Hi everyone. Welcome to session 44.
Welcome to story time.
Yeah, welcome to random, starting off like half a sentence of something Portuguese.
Yeah.
Completely out of context. It's great.
That's the usual.
Yeah.
At least it was nice things this time.
Yeah.
Normally we're ranting.
Yeah, to be fair. We
haven't really watched Critical Role, so we haven't rant about it.
We haven't watched Critical Role.
There's nothing to rant about. Life is perfect.
To rant about. Yeah, exactly.
Lena can tell me if the Travis thing is a debacle or not.
I haven't watched it yet, but I already told you what I saw.
I already saw.
I
saw. I read a post defending, and then I'm like, all
defending.
right.
What was the stance there? What did they think through?
I don't fucking know, because they're not adults and cannot defend themselves and need a horde of rabbit fans to defend. Okay, sorry. Never mind. Continue.
Yes.
Rant.
Let's keep things on topic.
Yes.
For today.
Well, yeah. Chris is doing the recap.
Well, first things first. This is our last session for several weeks.
For this year.
Good luck next session.
This year, yeah.
For this year.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, we're not. This is our last session this year. Next session
so
in the new year.
The next session will be 2022, where exciting things will happen.
Yeah, well, exactly. Fuck all will happen because we still have a beer virus out there.
It's gonna be exactly the same.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah. So yes.
People are idiots.
Well, yes. Are we surprised?
No, we're not. Okay.
No.
Recap of Coalesce.
So we started off last session on the 1st of Heat, first day of the month, the first day where it's not raining. Just like to remind everyone of that fact. It wasn't raining. And we begin by washing up and retreating back into our rooms, each of us having our own separate room. A servant arrived at each of our doors, first up, and handed each of us a pouch of coin. There was a little bit of toing and froing, but essentially the servant waited for each door to open and close, and then proceeded to the next door before doing anything else. Shortly after that, Samira decided to send both of us messages asking us if we would like to meet up later to discuss our plans for the next day. We do so. After a little bit of toing and froing and uncertainty on Cassius's part and acting a little strangely, it was duly noted by both Samira and Vera. He departs early for his room after we've discussed our plans for the day. I didn't actually want to cover everything we discussed because we talked about a lot of rubbish that we never actually did. So yeah, Cassius departs early, which left Samira lingering at the door, and Vera kind of patted the bed and said, "Hey, do you want to have a quick conversation?" And she came back in and sat down. And the two of them discussed kind of a heartfelt discussion just about kind of feeling out of place, away from home, all that kind of stuff. And Samira is kind of, I wasn't quite 100% sure how your character felt, Lena, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I got the impression that you were also just kind of feeling out of sorts and a little bit at odds with kind of where we were and kind of our position in the city and what we're doing and where we are, etc. Viera offered for Samira to stay in her room rather than us sleeping separately, which we hadn't done in 2.5 months because we've always been sleeping in the same places. And she accepts, and then I think you went to your room to try and sleep, and then you kind of gave up after about an hour or so, and then came back and knocked on the door a little bit later, and then Viera let you in, and you kind of curled up in bed and went to sleep. Viera let you go to sleep and get comfortable and stuff, and then went outside more to give Ibrath a walk than anything else, because he's been cooped up and not used to being cooped up so much. Nothing exciting happened, just walked kind of the city streets, past a few guard patrols, noticing that it is still patrolled even early into the morning, and then came back through the window. We all woke up, second of heat, and Viera grabbed breakfast on the way up to her room and kind of lays it out so that when Samira wakes up, she wakes up to the smell of all different kinds of food and stuff. And then just leaves Samira to wake up on her own, because we've all had a couple of exhausting days, I think, for various reasons. Samira woke up, eyed breakfast, decided to send Cassius a message first. There's a bit of a grunt in response, so clearly waking him up, suspectedly. He, after a few minutes' time, joins us and sees that that's breakfast. We eat, get ready for our day, and then we decided to head out. We first of all went to the old fort on the right-hand side of the harbour city, and spoke to some guards, and they pointed out that it's basically a huge residential building now, and that this is the back official entrance. No one's allowed in here. We then walked all the way around and just generally spent a day exploring multiple major landmarks inside the inner city. We had a look at the city barracks, the municipalities, the royal repository, and the history and archives. There was a monastery where the like a school for the monks monastery, kind of monastery. Cathedrals to various saints was the prominent amount of kind of walking around and looking at buildings and stuff also inside the inner city. And at this point we started heading around to do some shopping and kind of get our bearings around the district and stuff. Various interesting items were purchased. Viera got some sleeping wear for herself, because she doesn't really want to sleep in leather armor anymore. Samira and Viera both got themselves some new dresses, of which plenty of pictures were posted in our OC chat for them. And a lot of discussions about the purchasing of stuff was done. So we went to speak to the enchanter about enchanting the pouches with a shared pouch, and we're told to come back the following day for the enchanting. Cassius had some trouble in the first shop he went into, and unfortunately got himself not thrown out, but asked to leave politely by the shopkeeper, whilst looking for some, I think it was glamoured armor you were looking for at the time. So we covered an awful lot of shopping stuff. and at the two different parasol shops, I think we've got this the right way around. Cassius bought the most expensive parasol in the cheapest shop, and Samira bought the cheapest parasol in the most expensive shop.
Other way
Other
around.
way around.
Other way around. I knew I would get it wrong. I've been trying to get that right all week. There was the parasol shopping experience, shall we say. And whilst the two were doing that, Viera was waiting outside, and Avahaira showed up and said hello. Had a bit of a conversation with Viera, and that continued after the two came out of the parasol shops as well. The two were speaking in Elven. Predominantly, the discussion was about sharing inns, first of all, so that we knew where each other was staying, as well as information on Mr. Lockwood. So not everything, but if either of us found hints that the others hadn't yet found, we could give them pointers to go in the direction of sort of assisting each other slightly, and if the other found more information out first, then they would share again. So that was the general idea behind most of that conversation. She did also ask Avahaira about the possibility of concealing or hiding magic, and she pointed out that's something very much that a name I can never pronounce, Giuseppe, the dwarf, Giuseppe, the dwarf can do. So they now have an option for potentially hiding, rather than trying to lead line the gloves, which was an expensive endeavor in terms of time, but ultimately failed. There is the possibility that we might be able to hide it using something like concealing magic. Part of the deal of all of this conversation going on was that Viera agreed to dinner alone with Avahaira as well. And then she departed. We all decided to head back to our inn at this point, and stow all of our recent purchases and various things in our inn rooms. Viera relays a lot of the information that Ava told them because she's fully aware that they were speaking Elvish and these two probably don't speak it. We spoke at length about the other two trying to be in the general vicinity whilst Viera was away on her dinner date, just in case anything goes wrong. We all agree on doing the vicinity side of things, and then get a coach over to the Chickens, which is the part of that old dock area. Viera pays the coach. Cassius and Samira head to the Emporium. And I will admit I switched off for a lot of that, so by all means jump in and fill me in. I believe you guys took in a show, as well as possibly one of the waiters offered potentially more than what's on the menu, aka there are other services to be had at the Emporium that are perhaps below or above board. They also learnt that later in the week the Oracle will be performing. There was a bit of hushed conversation. It's a closed invitation only show. And as far as they could tell from the whispers and stuff, nobody in their general vicinity at least had an invitation to that show. Did anything else happen while you guys were there?
They also, I think Cassius asked after the Oracle, and I was told that she's a singer and she's famous for prophetic songs. So she is one of the audience members to
She tends to sing for one of the audience members.
Singles out someone, and people pay a lot of money to even be in the room.
Yeah, because they want they want the
picked.
chance. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Was there anything else other than that? My next note is you guys heading back to the inn, and obviously during all of this, Samira was sending Vieira messages to check in during the time as well.
I don't know if there was anything more to like repeat, or I think the only thing was that we would have to make repeat visits over there if we wanted to gather information fully.
Yeah,
that's the plan at least.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So my next note is just that you two then decided to head back to the inn. You sent another message to Vieira to check in, and Vieira replied that basically everything was going fine and everything was okay. You checked in a couple of more times, and Vieira eventually reported back that everything's fine. I'll see you guys back at the inn later, I think were the words that I used, but I can't remember exactly.
Yeah.
Did you guys do anything back at the inn?
Not yet.
I think we stopped there, yeah.
You stopped there. I think that's kind of where we called the session. So.
This is why I wrote down the time in chat, and Lena was like, what?
Yeah. 8:10, was it?
Yeah, 8:10.
8:10. I've then got like a page and a half of notes about what actually took place during the dinner with Vieira.
Good on you.
But yes, so over. If we're starting up, over to you guys, I guess. You guys have 2.5 hours or so before Vieira returns.
Yeah. I'm kind of contemplating which room we would be in right now.
Probably just like join in your room.
Yeah, we could do that. So Samira's just setting up, getting herself a bit more comfortable. So, don't know when she's gonna come, but I'm gonna check in like in another hour again. So no clue.
Yeah, sure. You wanna wait up for her? Or...
Yeah, I'm not going to go to sleep right now. Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean, she doesn't need as much sleep as us, but.
That is very true. Very true.
Anyway, and Cassie's like backs out a piece of paper, and he's going to trace the dagger while they're talking.
Oh.
Just for the shop and sketch it down a little bit. Make up something like a design, like a very basic. I'll get you the design later. I haven't decided on what yet. But yeah, and in general, just open for conversation, but he's just drawing it out.
Kind of getting the vibe already that he's not really gonna start the conversation. Samira's just gonna go, I'll be right back then. I'll, get out, and then just motion towards cinching waist the thing, Don't want to stay there for more hours. Be right back. And she just, continues the day, getting into sleeping clothes and, just waiting. Just comfortably waiting.
For who?
For someone to either someone to talk or someone to arrive. She's not in any hurry.
What's Cassius doing after he's done tracing?
I think at that point he just like settles down a little bit. Just to occupy himself, he's gonna take out the ritual casting book. And excellent. At some point he'll look up at Samira and just so really need to start gathering some information, right?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I figure that's kind of your area of expertise. I know shit all about this. Don't really, never really gone out purposely. Get some sort of information in the past in that way. So, no clue.
Yeah, I mean, I've done stakeouts before and talking with people, but it takes a lot of time, and I don't know. We're warned so much about stepping on someone's toes. I'm more careful, and especially we don't know how connected this guy is, and that troubles me a little bit. And I don't know. I've been feeling off lately.
Off how?
I don't know. Like I'm not really. Yeah, I don't know. I think after this fucking dream, I'm just worried, and impatient.
Moving over so she can sit right next to him, like maybe pull a chair.
Yeah. Now you can see he's like fidgeting a little bit, and he's just like, yeah. I don't know, Sammy. We talked about this before, and about being here, and of course we done things, and stuff has happened, and we've gotten more powerful. But don't you get the feeling it's just not there yet? It's I don't know. It's taking too long. And
what are you waiting for actually? For
no,
stronger?
Just something. After what we found out, what's waiting? What's wait? And I get that maybe Vera's not so worried about it because she will fucking live forever. How are you not worried about it? And I don't know. I feel weak, and I hate it.
You know, I always feel some kind of worry for something. So maybe that's just my normal state right now. But I don't really. I mean, once we've passed over here into this world, like death was already strange and different, and not something to look forward to, because it I talked to you before about the afterlife before we even knew about this pain thing, whatever. Not really something that yeah, that hasn't really changed that much for me, honestly, with that revelation. So I don't know. It's not really something that I look forward to anyways, even if that wasn't there. But
true. I mean, it's never something to look out forward for, but I don't know. It was awful, and I'm actually kind of happy that you didn't see it or experience it. And I will do a lot to prevent you from even coming close to that fate. Because I saw you there, and it was no. I will not let that happen to you.
Hey, we are taking care of each other. There's not much different, huh? That's all right. We're not looking to die. We gotta be careful. Meaning we can't just, stumble around like picking fights. Yeah. Gotta be a bit more on the down low than. There was a startup today, so But it's alright. I know it's. This shit is fucked here. I'm completely lost. In general, just. We have a lot, and I don't know what the fuck we're doing even, but I understand. Maybe in a different way, but I understand.
Yeah, we'll get through it.
Yeah. And then I'm sorry that you had to see that.
Yeah, well.
If I could, have taken that, I would have.
No worry. It's my burden to bear. And Vera's, I guess. I don't know how she's handling it. Yeah. She's always a little bit stoic, at least seemingly. It's admirable, at least. But I don't know.
I think she just has a bit more of a handle on, how to express it. I mean, yeah, I think she just has different, handholds.
Yeah.
Maybe safer ones, healthy ones, but who knows?
I don't know about healthy ones, but
You ain't talking about me for those.
no.
You're not gonna talk to me about those. Those are not my experience, especially.
Right. Mhm.
Quite literally explode when I get emotional, so you know.
Yeah. That's what I like about you.
Oh.
Well, minus the life-threatening explosions, but sure.
Yeah, they're
It's-
not life. Yeah, well, at least we learned that they're not life-threatening for you guys, so that's good.
Mhm.
That's a heavy relief.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah. So, what are we gonna do?
More shopping, I guess. No, I think I still want to try to go back to the Emporium and try to talk to someone there. I'm just a little bit unsure how to bring it without framing ourselves. I'm planning to just like, merchants, they're always like worried about business, right? It's like maybe, I don't know, I'm worried about a business partner and I'm like,
I don't know if like the entertainment hall is the best idea to go to for venting, but maybe there's another place.
people tend to vent with, hired company.
Oh, okay.
How they learn a lot of things.
What do you have planned? Oh, in mind, just not without a plan even.
I mean, it really depends on the situation there, but to see if I can read something, I have to be careful with it.
Yeah.
I've learned the hard way that diving too deep, well, people know, and it's a dangerous skill to have, but useful.
Yeah. Also, I have to be careful. I mean, usually, it's called the Emporium. It's an emporium of a pleasure house. So who knows what money they have available? So maybe they have some sort of safety measures there. So you gotta be careful about that.
Exactly. I'll try the old-fashioned way first and see if I can just, I don't know.
I mean, if you need any, if you give me instructions, I can help.
I don't think you can help there, but well, no, I barely have the faintest idea of a plan anyway, so
no, I understand.
But yeah,
that's all right. Yeah, this is
we need to figure something out. But
yeah. I have a bad feeling that we're gonna, do fuck all the next 2 days.
You made me want to see. I know that Layla said not to go to the harbor area, but that's more your jam, right? You could try over there.
The problem there is, as I've noticed, like even just on the last island, I'm not that really talking to people right now. I don't know why. Real open question. But the harbor, the new harbor, is apparently the gathering point for the more shiftier stuff. So maybe not a great question for me just blundering around.
No, I don't think you give yourself enough credit. I don't think you're blundering about it. You've proven that especially when with the, the whole cat debacle. You can talk to people. You just need to, I don't know.
Get my head out of my ass.
Yeah, a little bit. That's one way to say it. Not my words, but sure.
Yeah. I appreciate the blunt more.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh.
would appreciate, your guidance still there, but we can do
I'll-
that. We can try that.
Can help as much as I can.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I think you just need to pick a location, a person, a type. And
Alright.
well, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
if not, we're getting paid anyway, so.
don't know if it's the same over here, but a couple friends of mine, they're pretty chatty tattooers, so they're usually up for a chat. And she's an elf apparently, the magical one, so that's a fitting stop here.
You mean the elf from the researchers?
No. Out of character, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't the magical tattoo lady?
Yeah,
an elf?
no, I misunderstand. I just misunderstood you. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, and we want to go there anyway, but
Yeah.
let's maybe try tomorrow, still in the main city. And
Yeah,
if
of
it's
course.
Really,
We
then
at least have business there still,
Exactly, and if that's really a miss, we can move to the new harbor and.
Yeah. We already have business with the dagger, so we can prod along a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Alright. So, gotta wait some more.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
You're gonna check on Viera?
After the standard hour, so I think 15 more minutes, and then I can shoot it
Mhm.
off. Mm-hmm. Alright, Sandy. Hi there, how you doing? We're already back, like I said. Hope you're doing good. That's it.
Yeah, everything's fine. Yeah. We'll be home later.
Relay to Cass is that, yeah, she's just basically said the same thing as last time.
Okay.
Everything's good. Yeah.
She's still alive, at least, so.
Yep.
Or
That's the thing,
not,
at least.
and someone is intercepting the message and is pretending to be her.
No clue if that even works somehow.
I don't know.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
That's something new to worry about then. Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep. Well, she's probably fine.
Yeah. Alright.
She's good.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll just, while waiting for Viera to settle down, I'll just, I think, straight up on the floor, just, to tailor the things that I bought today. Yeah.
Sorry, just noting something for Chris.
Mhm.
And I think, like, a handful of time later, just pipe him up, just curiously. So, you think you're gonna sleep any better today?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty tired, so probably. Yeah.
Alright. Stick on with your own room?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, no problem.
Like, I don't want to be, like, tossing and turning and... Well, okay, I'm not gonna wake you up.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Alright.
I'll stick to my own room. If it's really bad, I'll sneak into yours and you won't even know I was there. That
Good to
sounds
know.
creepy. Alright.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
I know the intention here.
No, Yeah, I'll probably stick to my room, but thank you for the offer.
Alright. Figured I'd ask.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, not trying to make any more conversation. Just a quiet, enjoying each other's
Remind
silence.
me just one more time, which room are you sitting in? In yours, right?
In mine, yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Well, otherwise, Viera, you're just getting back.
Uh-huh. She'll clear her throat. And then, first things first, open up her door to let Ibrath go inside and get himself settled down.
He will bump his head against your hip as he brushes
Mhm.
past.
She'll kind of let her hand go from his head to the tip of his tail as he goes into the room.
Oh, he does a butt up at the end.
Yeah, she scritches.
But
That's how you know that someone has cats.
Mm-hmm.
but otherwise, he just peels away because he got plenty of scratches tonight.
Mm-hmm. And once he's in the room, she'll close the door. She's not going to lock it though.
Yeah, he's gonna
Does she
pad
close
over
the
to his
door?
bed.
She doesn't close the door. She
Yeah.
just leaves it slightly open so that he can pull it open with his
Mhm.
paw if he needs to. And then she's just going to obviously make a note that Samira's not there and go over one door to Samira's and then knock on the door.
It's open.
And a head peeks in. Oh, you're both
Hi.
here.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll slide inside the room and then close the door behind her. You guys okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, doing good. How are you?
Fine. Yeah, it was a good evening. Just dinner with some local friends.
Oh, good to hear. Glad for that.
Learned a fair bit of stuff. You guys tell me about your evening first. I'll tell you about mine.
I mean,
Yeah, it wasn't really much to report in. Just kind of a fancy, a viewing of a show and just a lot of people talking. And the only thing that was basically of interest in general, other than just rich people shit, was some sort of singing oracle is in town.
Just in town in general, or
Yeah, she apparently has a performance like later in the week.
yeah,
where did you guys go?
to the Emporium.
Yeah.
Where
Okay.
all your dreams will come true.
I bet.
That was not the only interesting thing. We had a lovely night together.
I
Right?
know.
Yeah.
We had a lovely night. Well, all the rich people talked about a lot of rich people things.
I mean, we were rich people too. Rich people.
I don't want to point this out, but we're rich people too.
Don't shatter my illusion of reality. But yeah, there was just a lot of schmoozing going around.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the only possible interesting thing that we learned is that apparently there's this singer.
Singing Oracle, is that their name, or is
they were just calling her the Oracle.
Right.
And she's apparently like traveling around and she performs for very select audiences, like pretty hush private.
Okay.
A lot of people pay a lot of money to get in there because apparently in her performance she singles someone out, or I think they just said someone or maybe multiple people, but sings to them, and apparently her songs have some prophetic quality to them. So people pay a lot of money to even be in the room. Probably they also just pay a lot of money to, earn the bragging rights of being in this performance, even if they don't get sung to.
Select few people get in, so it's bragging rights if they got in this year, you didn't.
Yeah, kind of that
kind
probably.
Okay.
Otherwise, yeah, it's actually a pretty fancy place. they have
So
options
not.
for.
It is a brothel. It isn't a brothel.
It kind of is, but
Okay.
that's
But it's kind of like an upper class.
It's also like a
brothel?
restaurant, and they have like shows on, and
It's for entertainment, and the brothel part is part of it.
entertainment
Okay.
in all its shapes and
All
sizes.
its forms. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, sounds interesting. At least sounds like sounds better than what you thought you might be going into when you went in there.
I thought that was exactly what we were going into.
I see. Fair enough. Was that it? Is that what you guys did? And then you came back?
Yeah,
Yeah.
just about.
Just
Yeah.
about.
Trace the
Um,
dagger. Wow.
Yeah. Are you thinking about getting something enchanted to hide the magic of that dagger, or?
With this one, I'm trying to go for the casing.
Right.
Because
So like proper box to cover it in.
yeah,
Right.
something like a sheath, but then with a cover, because this whole thing just oozes magic.
So
Yeah,
is
I
it
don't-
just the blade that is magical?
The whole thing is made out of the black, like volcanic glass almost.
Mm.
It's like a earth glass, isn't it?
Yeah.
No idea.
Looks like it, but I don't know.
I honestly have never seen that kind of glass before, so
Hmm.
yeah.
It's very rare, typically. I mean, I know about it, but only because there were some volcanoes in the general vicinity, and like you'd occasionally hear of weapons and tools being made from it, mostly tools. It's especially sharp and durable for the most part, combined with magic. I hate to think. I mean, obviously you've seen what it does. It just tears through everything that you hit with it. So
And like anything.
even the stone statue seemed to almost get torn by it, which is kind of strange. But
It's impressive, yeah.
certainly is. Did you figure out what you wanted to do with that dagger, Samira? Are you gonna try and sell it in the old harbor area, the new harbor, I should say?
Yeah, I mean, if we're all alright with it, then yeah. Don't really find a reason to keep it.
No, I don't have any need to keep it. I think it would be better if we didn't keep it because
Yeah.
it's traceable
Yeah.
in
Plus,
the sense that somebody could use magic to locate it potentially.
Exactly.
We might have 3 grannies coming after us in 20 years' time when they're very old.
Who knows? And maybe this dagger was the retirement plan. Who knows?
Who knows? What are our plans tomorrow? We've got to go back to the shop for the magic pocket.
And go back to the tinkerers,
Mhm.
and the
To the weapon shop, yeah.
weapons shop
Okay.
for both of us, and
Mhm.
Is that it?
In terms of shopping, yeah, but we do need to come up with a little bit of a strategy for actually gathering info. And just asking random shopkeepers seems like a good way to get noticed.
A bad way to get noticed. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we need to make some friends locally. That's kind of the thing we need to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about my evening.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Particularly the bits that are relevant. I won't bore you with the other details. A lot of it was just it was predominantly it was all elves in attendance. So there were about 12 in total, which is obviously a substantial number of the elves that are in the city. I did find out that The others, some didn't attend because they couldn't. It's not like every elf in the town is part of this group either. This just happens to be a group of those who have made friends and kind of got together. But the interesting sort of information is predominantly about Mr. Wood. And
Oh, okay.
the person we are looking for.
Mr. Wood, yeah.
Mr.
Good.
Wood. Now that I understand a little bit more about elven culture here, it's similar, but also very different to what's back home. But one of the things that is especially strange is that his name is actually a her name.
Okay.
And on top of that, names here tend to come in certain forms. And what I mean by that is that typically you will have the first part of your name is kind of what type of elf you are, if that makes sense to you guys. Like elves from the Forgotten Realms, you get high elves, you get wood elves, you get sea elves, all that kind of different flavor of branch of elf. The first part of the name is typically what type of elf you are. His name doesn't include that, for starters. The second part of your name here is typically a title that you have. And that either boils down to something related to the job that you do. And we all know that the elves here, I think we've kind of been given an incorrect impression of what their society life is like. Essentially, you get two kinds of elf. The kind who embrace the path that they are best suited for, and the kind that elven society puts them on. So essentially, they come to a certain age in their life where they've experienced a lot of different things, and they find out that they're, for example, really good at being a hunter, like me, right? Good at tracking, good at procuring prey, defending borders, all that kind of stuff. So they get assigned a particular kind of job, like a border guard, sort of. That then becomes their title. So in my case, I'm a wood elf, so my first part name would be essentially an elven wood elf. The second part of my name would be that I am a ranger, border guard, effectively a Fey Warden, or whatever it might be termed in the Elvenlands. You then have the part of the name that is actually relative to the individual, in so much as typically kind of describes the kind of person and the final part of their name is typically kind of, it's difficult to explain, but like their location, where they're from.
Oh, the origin?
Kind of their, yes and no. It can mean a lot of different things depending on interpretation. But for example, you might have someone's last name simply being that they are from the East. Or it might be that they are from a particular wood in this country. It can be anything. It could also be that you are from a particularly special place, location, sect kind of situation. It's not specifically you are from here, but it's more a case of identifying where you're from, potentially, and whether that is a physical location or
Mm.
a vague location.
Or maybe even more like a history, even, or no?
A
little bit, like if you
yeah,
come from a specific community, maybe, or something.
Difficult to explain.
So the point of
But
hailing that you find most important.
yeah, potentially, yeah. The thing to bear in mind is that the full name translated of the individual we are looking for is a garlanded maiden,
Okay.
and that certainly doesn't match the description physically that we know of them. Locked in wood.
That was creepy the first time around.
Yeah. So, and this is something that Ava noticed too. I mean, she was the one who pointed it out to me for the most part. Obviously, for them, for elves here, that's very strange. Because he's neither a maiden nor is he locked in wood. But locked in wood would imply where he's from. The place. Either way, this doesn't have his branch of elf or his title of any stretch before his name. So yeah, all around it's a little bit just odd in that sense. A couple of things we guessed, but probably do know. It's likely that he is not going around using the Malavane title. The Malavane title are the elves who are banished from their homeland, essentially. I won't go into too much detail about that, but they essentially choose to leave because they don't want to conform to whatever role it is the society thinks they should be doing. They choose freedom instead, and for that they're banished.
They're not allowed to ever return, right?
Correct, yeah. I mean, there is a way to do it, but complicated details won't go into.
Wait,
For the most part, consider them.
Literally they can, or just
banished.
like socially not?
Literally, they cannot return.
They cannot find it again.
If they try, magic just turns around. They undertake a magical ritual that basically banishes them from their homeland.
Okay,
it's a serious decision, and some elves who choose to be banished later come to regret it, and they simply don't find their place in the world outside of their homeland, and they succumb to it. Some elves choose to take on their life in the elven homeland and everything that means, and nothing was kind of mentioned about them having ill side effects of that, but essentially you are expected to do a job, and that is it. That is all you will ever do. So it's your contribution to society in that sense, I guess.
Lovely.
So obviously that's very at odds with kind of me and where I come from, because my people believe freedom is everything.
I think
freedom,
really
freedom to live, freedom to roam. Yeah, I do understand it. You've got to remember that 400 years ago, everybody went through a calamity here, and for some, that was a terrifying experience, being ripped away from family and friends, from the outside world. Some of who died. A lot of people died in the calamity. But there's also the fact that those who ended up inside don't necessarily know if their families did survive outside or not. So some of them living here, some elves living here, remember that.
Hmm.
And they may still have family on the outside world they can never see again. And in order to kind of protect themselves, the elven people have had to adapt, and they've been caught unaware too many times. And this, I guess, is some kind of system to try and keep themselves more protected. So I do understand it in that sense. As a people, the elven people of this world have suffered immensely. So have every other race, but because of the longevity of elves, they tend to remember it for longer. So just bear that in mind. I understand it. I certainly wouldn't go down that route myself. I wouldn't stay there. I would choose the same thing that Ava's done. I would choose banishment. Because I value my freedom too much. Freedom is everything. But yes, one of the things that was mentioned, not to digress too much, is that because Mr. Wood is not using the Malavane title, the banished title, essentially, that means it's highly likely he is not banished, aka he is doing the job his people have set him to do. Potentially. It's highly likely that whatever he's doing, he's acting in accordance with the Elven Nation's desires for what he should be doing, even though he is part of this Menders branch.
Are there secret titles, like those you don't tell people?
Well, he's certainly not using titles, which is odd, as I've already pointed out. So it's highly likely he has a title. Ava did mention it, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. The simple fact is he's not using it. That does mean that there's a high likelihood he is either acting with the ambassador's knowledge in Tucson, or even at the ambassador's residence. That is why nobody has seen him. So, just to feed you that bit of intel, it's possible that we could subtly keep an eye on the ambassador's mansion. Obviously, we all have various ways of infiltrating if we should decide to cross that barrier, but I think it's better to stay at a distance and see if we can observe anything. It could be nothing. We might not see anything at all. We might get lucky. We might find something, do something, see something.
But I mean, even if he's like, especially if he's under the operating in the ambassador's knowledge, it also means that there at least he's under some form of protection.
He is likely under no form of diplomatic protection.
Yeah.
Something that Ava mentioned. But the property where he's in definitely is, if he is inside. So
place to not
they couldn't just march into the ambassador's mansion. That would be a transgression of war.
The specific place where the Celestial Order would have no power.
Correct. Yeah. This is very much these are elven walls, and everything inside it is probably. I would not be surprised if it's highly protected by magic. Because the elven people have serious magic at their disposal. They have sects of elves devoted specifically to certain kinds of divination magic. Prophetic, if you like. It's a highly organized society. It's not random. It's not whims. They do it to keep themselves protected because they've been caught off guard so many times now. But yeah, I think information-wise, I don't know how many other elves there are in the city, but I get the impression not that many. The fact that I met 12 of them today is probably like a third of all the elves in the city, if not more than that, maybe even a half. So there's only a handful of others.
All the elves that you met there, were they all outcasts, or were they?
They were all Malavines.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So
it's a title that means unawakened. Essentially, you've chosen not to pursue whatever path it is the elven people think you should pursue. They are very proud of that title. That is their choice. It is not a mark of banishment and shame for them. But yes, they were all unawakens.
So they're not likely to mingle with the ambassadors.
No. I would be very surprised if the ambassador would even acknowledge an unawakened, because they have essentially been banished from their people and their homeland. Even if they try and send a message back to their homeland through known contacts, the messages go astray because the ritual that prevents them from returning prevents them from communicating too. So, yeah, the power of the ritual is particularly strong. So, I think it would the only communiques that would happen are between the ambassador and an unawakened at the ambassador's choice. Yeah.
Alright.
I mean, it's a lot more information than we had. So
that's true. Yeah.
Definitely good.
Good for some context too.
Yeah.
Context gives us a little bit of a better idea about just in general the cultures and what it all means. And
well, the other thing is, obviously, I was introduced to the dressmaker's shop, which is an elf. There is a particular dress that I would like to commission, which is something I wouldn't be able to get anywhere else. And I think this particular Ava introduced me to them, and I don't know if you guys noticed, but like every shop we went in was like, no, that's not our function. Go over there to that shop. They deal with that.
Yes.
And it's very much compartmentalized in that way. People have a specialty and that's it. This dressmaker will make whatever you want. Only if you've had that kind of recommendation from someone else, though. If you just went into the shop and went, hey, I want you to custom make me this dress, they'd be like, this is what we sell, buy. So I think for me that's probably a good point to start tomorrow. I know we've got a couple of other shops we want to head into, but I might be able to start a conversation potentially. I think going in there, asking for a dress to be made, standing on the pedestal, and then starting the conversation is a bad idea. I need to go in and warm them up to me. So it might be a day or two of that before I consider bringing it up. But I might be able to find out just general information. I'm new to town. You don't talk about any of the other contacts who come into the shop. That's fine. But I was wondering if you'd seen a particular moon elf. Goes by. I don't want to use the name, but it would seem strange if I'm looking for a friend and I don't mention the name.
Yeah.
Because at the same time, I don't want them, or I don't want me to have unwittingly walked straight into a trap where they then report back and say someone's looking for you.
Could you not use a different name? That you know this person under a name that you make up, and then the name at least is not traceable, but the description would be.
Given the way elves use their names, no, they wouldn't go by a different name.
Maybe you met him under circumstances where you wouldn't have shared names.
But then that seems underhanded and dodgy immediately. And they would probably want no part of that. So it's trying to find a way of asking the question without seeming suspicious and or giving away who we are actually looking for. But then I don't know if you might be able to stand outside, Cassius, and do a little bit of light digging while I ask some generic questions instead.
I mean, if they're just gonna, I have to see the person, and if they're just standing outside a
Okay.
window,
Then that's not an
Staring
option.
in.
it's yeah.
Yeah, but in that case, you're just my friend waiting outside because you want to enjoy the sunshine and not the rain for a day or two. If anybody
Yeah.
asked that strange question, it's an idea. Other than that, I don't know how else to go about using the elf connection of I'm looking for Mr. Lockwood. Can someone point me to his residence, please? And also my death.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Well-
definitely a good place to start. I like
Yeah.
the idea, and you just go. You have to go there anyway, right? So we could try
I
it, and
don't have to go. I
want to go.
I
you
could
want
get,
to.
I
But
could
you
get
want-
the dress done
Yeah.
another time, but
No, but why not? Like, if you want to do that anyway, and
it seems like the best place to start.
We can take a look if they're close enough, and I can see them. I can, just lean next to the windows if I'm relaxing, chatting with Sammy over here, and then I see what I can find out. But the thing is, I need to know when you're specifically talking about it. I cannot do it for however long you're standing there. It
When
only
you say you
lasts.
need to see him, or whoever it is that you're mind reading, and I'm not suggesting you do this, it's just a question, theoretically. If you were standing outside, let's say the front wall was solid, no glass, so you couldn't see him. But let's say, for example, that Bo was hiding in my pocket and you were looking through his eyes. Could you cast it then? Because technically you see him.
There's one way to find out.
I'm not saying you should do it, because obviously you don't want to risk Bo, and I get that. It's just something perhaps you want to try at some point somewhere safe.
I mean, I know that me and Winnie can do like light up spell. So
I
maybe
think
it's possible.
Cassius tried that though, didn't you? And it didn't work. You tried something like that.
He tried to speak through Bo, right?
Yeah, speaking
That didn't
through
work.
didn't work, but
Right.
I mean, I would first want to try not on the spot.
Yeah.
Um,
Can you try with us maybe something? And doesn't have to be that
Yeah.
one specific spell, but
I mean, this specific spell would be because
yeah, we could do that.
it's
You've got to see them to do it in the first
I have to
place.
see them, and it's better, I think, because with the other ones, I don't. There's a couple of ones where I do need to see you as well, but then I need to speak. They all have their different prerequisites.
Yeah.
So I would think it would be best to test the one out, and I'll promise not to go deeper. You can just think about what you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow, or something, and that's then all I'm picking up. And if there's
Alright.
also, especially if there's no specific questions to ask, you're not thinking about it, you're just thinking about the one thing, then that's, I would prefer also testing this out with you, Vera.
Oh.
Just because I don't like like how you think about things, Samira. You're
What?
thinking of shaving my head, and I don't want to see that. I don't want to hear it. I
You
don't want to
Now I'm
experience it.
thinking of shaving your head. So
Stop it! Stop it!
I mean,
you
were
mentioned it. So I
annoying me
think
at that point, so of course I thought about something vindictive.
But at least she is somewhat protected against it. I don't know how deep it goes. I don't know what it does. So I think a better target is somewhat that, because I just heard a couple of random things, even though you said you weren't thinking about like that stuff.
I mean, all right.
I mean, like, it's up to you guys. I do it with whoever it's comfortable with, but I think that's a little bit of a better.
I mean, I saw it. I had it happen to me, so I'm comfortable to go again. If you don't want, Viera.
I'm not bothered. But you said something about she wasn't thinking, or she said she wasn't thinking them, but you heard them anyway.
No, I mean, I just heard like.
You know, when we tried to
Just
focus on the scroll and that didn't work.
things, yeah. I just heard random things like, just not.
Subconscious thoughts.
Yeah, I think so.
Instead of the focus. Which in that case, sadly enough, was something traumatizing.
Shaving his head.
Yes. We don't want to, we don't want to bring it up constantly. It's a sensitive subject.
Just don't think about it. Just don't.
Yeah.
It's not a thought in this space. Just it goes away.
I'm sure if anyone's going to figure out how to grow hair as a spell, it'll be you.
Yeah. Exactly.
I don't need to, because nothing is going to happen to my hair.
You don't need to yet.
I did not want to go that route.
I will
but you
kill
did.
you painfully. All right.
I can always cut off some of mine and give it to you. It's fine.
Ooh, a wig, yeah. Yeah, I can see you
I'm,
in wigs.
Hey!
I'm sorry, that's not a compromise.
Is that something I could do? Wear a wig? Or do I just have way too much hair?
Yeah, where do you leave all the rest?
Well, your hair is so fine that I can't. If you go to someone who's good with that type of hair, you could braid it down really neat and tightly.
Well, I've been practicing that myself too. So
yeah, just really close to the scalp and just bunch it up, like just continue, and then you can just throw it on top.
I find it hurts later.
What?
If you braid it tightly, it hurts later once you let it down again. Like it gets sore. I think maybe I'm braiding too tightly.
Could be that, because if you braid it tightly and hair falls out, that's a problem. If you braid it tightly and nothing happens, maybe you're just not used to it.
Could be that too.
Yeah, because I don't think I remember, like, maybe in my childhood when that was unusual. Huh, who knows?
Okay.
Yeah, just gotta get used to it a bit more. But if you want wigs, that's a good idea to have, to try it out.
Maybe we have a brief look tomorrow when we go around the shops again.
Mm-hmm.
See if we can find a wig shop. Just out of curiosity, just good to know that it's an option.
Why? I don't even see why you would ever want to hide your hair.
The whole disguises thing.
Yeah.
I could, for example, have a blonde wig, which somebody looking for me wouldn't be looking for blonde hair. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Just saying, all my disguises still have Fabius hair, and it's like an extra. And it's
distinctive, maybe.
It's my,
not a good idea.
Is that a giveaway in your disguise? Someone just needs to look for good hair.
It just looks good in a different way.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go with that.
All right. So we time for tomorrow shopping.
Oh, I had another idea. I wanted to share, but I have no clue how to pull it off, or if it even is viable. But
say it.
Go ahead.
You know, you guys mentioned the ambassador's suit, house, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
People that always know everything are the servants.
First person to
everything.
die for sharing information, the servants. They do. I think our best option, assuming they don't reside in the mansion,
Mhm.
which I suspect they probably would be
Yes,
to see if we can follow or see one of them leave.
Yeah, because I don't know how it is here, but a lot of servants, I don't know if it's this nation is a bit different to what I'm used to. But servants usually, at least among each other and the ones they trust, they gossip. Like their patrons that are being terrible or whatever that kind. So if there was a strange elf going around, they would know. I just no clue how to use that. Because like I said, they're different here, most likely, and also would need to trust someone to share.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the also thing is, if these servants are, maybe they have, they might be less likely to have allies, like connected to any underworld elements in this city, because they're
Any servants here would be awakened elves.
Exactly.
Mhm.
But I
They
mean,
would be doing their job, so they're not going to give up anything unwittingly. I think the best option would be if we do see one leaving the manor to perform a job, get groceries, whatever. Our best bet would be to instigate a conversation walking past them.
Oh, see what they think about
Seeing that blonde elf kind of disappearing behind the ambassador's building and not seeing where he went and reading thoughts subtly.
Mhm.
But that might get us too much attention. They may immediately report back a human, an Azamar, and an elf saw you ducking behind the building and were curious about it.
That's what we'd need a disguise.
Mm-hmm. Or just for the obvious person to not be there. So a human and an Azamar is a little bit less obvious than a human and an elf and an Azamar.
Maybe I can get a wig. Yeah.
It's an
I got
option.
pretty distinctive hair, and otherwise my face seems pretty common around here. I can work with that.
And Cassius is good with disguises, so he might be able to wear one of his during it. That way, at least they report back 2 people, not 3, and it's not so obvious. Might be something that maybe you guys, while I'm getting the dress made, you guys want to kind of scout, but not enter, keep an eye on the ambassador's place in case a servant comes out?
Yeah. I want to try the first suggestion, what you had.
Yeah, we can give that a go.
Yeah, definitely.
I think the best idea there, if it works actually, so we should test that out now, and then we can make a plan.
If you can see through your bow.
And then try to detect her thoughts.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I guess you best pull him out.
Yep. And just
not something you'll hear me say very often.
Swink. And then gonna pop bow out.
Chief! And he hugs you around your leg.
Hey, buddy. And like mind talk to him. How are you doing?
I was not that gone too long. I don't know. I can't tell time when you pop me off.
Oh, really? You could just... Yeah, I don't know.
At least I don't get bored.
Oh, that's good. It's perfect.
Otherwise, I would not be happy at all for you like putting me away. But like this, it's fine. It's like, you know, I was gone, now I'm back, and no time passed, and I'm never bored. It's amazing.
Perfect. Amazing. I wish I was never bored.
How's the Celestial City treating you?
It's Okay. A little bit formal.
Did you find the blonde elf with the big boobies?
I didn't find the blonde elf with the big boobs.
They're really big. Like, back
Do you know where they hang out? Well, the person, not the boobies, but...
I mean, I know where the boobies hang out, but I don't
Yeah,
know where
of
the
course.
person hangs out because he never really let me out.
Oh.
You know, it was very boring working for him. He's a dick.
Did he put you in like a cage or something? Or
No,
something?
I just never left the freaking house.
Ah, shit. Still fucking boring. Anyway, Bo. Can I ask your help for something?
Maybe. Yeah, of
Maybe.
course, Chief, you can ask me. Just kidding. He
Good.
gives him finger guns.
Bring your guns back. So, you remember that thing where we did when I looked out of your eyes?
Yes.
I want to try casting a certain spell while I'm doing it. And I want to cast it on Vera, and she knows I'm going to do it. And you just have to look at her. Is that okay?
Alright.
Yeah? I don't know.
I need to touch her?
No, just need to see her.
Doesn't have to be a touch spell, guys. It's rebel.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no, if I'm casting through him to do an
Yes.
effect, but if I'm looking through his eyes, but I'm still as me casting
Okay,
the spell.
That's the thing you want to
Yeah.
do. Okay,
Yes,
okay.
that's
Yeah.
the thing we're
Yes.
trying out. Because if
That's
it was a touch
offending
spell,
of mechanics. Because technically he can't see me, but he can if he looks through Bo.
Yeah, okay.
So technically
and
he
keep
meets
in
the
mind,
requirement.
yeah, but keep in mind that the requirement will not be met if you are out of range.
Yes, he's
Yeah,
still got to
okay.
be in range.
Yeah.
still got to be within 30 feet, but I
Yes.
just need to
Okay.
get over
Literally-
the side
Okay.
barrier, basically.
If he's inside the room door, Vieira will be standing inside her room with Bo. And technically we're still within 30 feet because there's only a 5-foot wall between us.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to clarify. It's okay. Yeah, give over there.
Yeah.
All right, Chief. And he, like, turns around and stares intently at Vera. Like,
Just-
big cone eyes.
I take it you told him to look at me.
He makes them as big as possible. Like, you can hear, like, wood cracking, right?
He's definitely looking at you, yeah?
Well, I guess. Do you want to go next door
Yeah.
and try it
I'll-
out? I'll stand on this wall so that I'm close enough.
Perfect.
You can hear Bo going.
Don't give yourself a headache there, buddy. I say in my tune. Just look at her. Just like relax.
Vera just picks him up and pats him, and then starts stroking what she can guess is the top of his head.
Yeah, it's a pine cone. It's the top of a pine cone, so.
Yeah. She'll just stroke him
All right.
and kind of pat him and nuzzle her finger around the top of his head.
Yeah, you get
Trying to give him
okay,
scritches.
you start getting a sound. It sounds like, somebody's dragging a finger across a pine cone, and then you
Mhm.
realize it's sort of a purring, but weird.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at you guys. It's like a bonding moment. Amazing. All right, I'll go outside. I'll open the door, go outside. And I'm going to, not in the hallway, but just in the other room. And I'm going to, first of all, look through Bo's eyes.
Yeah.
I see Vera. And
Yes.
I'm going to try to...
A little bit closer than you might like. You're
And a
literally in her
bit
face.
blurry because the purring is making him vibrate.
It's fine. And I'm going to focus my mind on what I'm seeing on Vera, and I'm going to try to detect her surface faults.
Okay.
She's thinking about all the food that was on the table.
Well, please describe it.
With a mouthful of food.
Yes, because they weren't there, so you better describe it. You picked a very bad moment to eat, Chris.
Hmm? There
Just
you go.
a picture.
There's a picture posted in OC. That was the description Shinny gave me.
Lazy!
Oh wow.
I did
So-
also describe things.
You did. There was a plethora of predominantly vegetarian food. As you can see, kind of lettuce wrapped sticks of carrot and pumpkin and chives and all kinds of stuff like that. Mixed in with a whole bunch of dips made from a variety of things. So, ground up chickpeas mixed with herbs and spices, ground up lentils mixed with herbs and spices, lots of different foods. Very much, if you'd like a real world reference, kind of Mediterranean, Tuscany kind of vibe when it comes to food. And there were some meats as well provided, though kind of mostly vegetables and vegetarian based food. Yeah, just in general, a large selection of variety, lots of colors,
And flavors.
lots of flavors, predominantly herbs and spicy based flavors as well for the sauces.
Yeah, I also think Lebanese food as well.
Hmm.
It's a good basis as well.
So yeah, just in general, like a mouth-watering feast, as far as anyone might be concerned.
Cool.
And that's it. She's just gonna focus on food the entire time.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Then after a little bit, like a couple of not even a minute, because that's all I see. Coming back in, it's like, oh, I'm fucking hungry. Fucking hell. Looks good.
It was good.
Nice. Well, that
So,
worked.
Obviously, it works. That's good.
Obviously made me hungry. Alright.
That's perfect. Okay, good.
I go over and I high five Bo while still being cradled.
Yeah.
Good job.
Finger guns.
All right.
So that's an option for tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We could try that first, and I would think it's best if he hides in your bag and you plop down your bag. But I still need some
little
kind
bit
of
away.
signal from you. Well, if I'm looking through him constantly, I know when to time it. So.
Well, Samira can be standing outside and she can ask me the occasional message, can't she?
Yeah, I can do that.
Remind me again, you know the messages you've been doing?
Yes.
Can people hear my responses?
Okay. I've been doing two different kinds.
It's confusing.
The one where I'm farther away, that's mentally. The one where
Okay,
I'm
so
really
that's the one I just think an answer to.
Exactly, yeah. That just shoots right into your head. But the one that's closer together and feels like I'm whispering in your ear, that's when you mouth stuff.
And people can't hear my response.
Can't
but
hear it, but can
my
see
response.
it.
Right. Okay. I'll get the hang of it at some point. Yeah. Okay. I mean, we could do that. We could.
Which kind would you want?
I think so you can only do the mental one a couple of times a day.
Yeah.
Is that right? But the
true.
other one you can do all the
Haven't
time.
found a limit yet, yes.
Right.
I mean, I think the answer for doesn't just have to be like you don't have to say anything. Just I could just tell you. I could just ask you if you're good to go. Cough once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So
I mean, in general, I'll be looking through Bo.
I don't want to be coughing the whole time. So if the only thing is that they can see me, they're going to be busy with the dress anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not going to be looking at my face. So I don't think that's a problem. As long as they can't hear me, then that's fine, because I can just stare at the ceiling and say something. They're going to be like fiddling with the dress and the measurements and all that kind of stuff. Although they already have my measurements, so there may not be an awful lot of that going on, to be fair.
I mean, in general, it's better if you ask them questions while I'm doing it. So
Even
that's
if-
our intention.
yeah.
So you'll be talking.
Mhm.
So I'll just keep an ear out for that. Then with Bo, then pop
Yeah,
out.
if you're getting commissioned, then indeed I have your measurement. You're just gonna most likely show your design and pick out fabrics and such.
I think so, yeah.
They're not gonna do any tailoring this time. They have to have work before.
They'll do all of that work beforehand, and I'll go in for like a final fitting.
Exactly. They'll just
Yeah.
cinch it in a bit and or let it out and whatever.
So I don't think this is something we'll be able to set up for tomorrow anyway.
Okay.
I mean, during the fabric pick, you can do it. That and in
I
general,
don't really want to jump in of like, hey, I'd like to procure a dress. Also, are there any other elves in town?
All right, no worries.
Seems a bit upfront,
Yeah.
a bit
Sure.
weird. You kind of want to be like, hey, here's the dress I want. Here are the fabrics. Here are this. Here are that. Whatever. Great. You guys get on with that. I'll come back in 4 days' time. Although that might be a bit.
Depends on the clientele.
Yeah.
Plus, they also most likely don't sleep as much as we do, so that's unfair as well. But
They still only work as much as you do.
All right.
They just have more personal time.
Okay,
It's something. I think this is something that we can set up for if we still haven't got any other information or leads before this happens. Then we can do this, and if we do, then we just don't need to pursue this either. So
yeah, it's definitely a good option.
Yeah.
But then I think the best bet is going to stake out the ambassador's place for a little bit. See if we can spot some servers moving in and out, and then
I think that's the best place to start. See if we do actually even see servants move in or out, because a lot of people seem to get stuff. They pay the extra money to get stuff delivered to the house, so it might literally just be all deliveries as well.
Yeah,
But
I think we would have to stick it out for a while still to
We
find
do,
out who are the
yeah.
regulars,
yeah,
who are just
exactly.
random.
Exactly.
yeah, like anything, we're gonna have to check
Yeah.
patterns for people. So
It's gonna take time, yeah.
yeah, and we also don't want to be seen to be loitering either. So
Yes.
One other thing to consider, if we go in with disguises to pass by someone and try something, we should do that quickly and not walk around with our disguises too long, because our disguises don't have permits. So if we get stopped for whatever reason, it's gonna be very difficult for us. So we should maybe even try to think about finding a place where we could easily change that's close by, so we reduce the amount of time that we're in disguises in the city. Just something to keep in mind. And
Okay,
probably
I need 2 wigs then. One for official me and one for fake me. Because I can't just have wig hair and run around in it normally. That's not normal.
I think for the first stakeout we don't have to be in disguises.
Let's see if we see any servants moving
Exactly.
at all.
For the first day, this is not a problem.
We need preparation
but if
anyways, exactly.
Yeah,
it's
we do.
good to keep in mind there.
It would be good to get a grips of what the building is like, where this ambassador's building even is. Is it a building that we can walk all the way around? Is it a building that's part of a wall, and therefore we can only see the front entrance and we can't get around it, etc. Let's figure out what we're dealing with first.
Yeah.
We don't even know where the ambassador's residence is.
Yeah, true. Do you guys think this is already worth sharing? Layla, or too soon? Too soon, too little.
I have a crazy idea.
Hmm?
Oh, please, by all means.
What crazy idea?
I'm technically an elf
Uh-huh.
from
Yeah.
another world
Uh-huh.
Oh.
who outsiders are not unheard of.
Uh-huh.
If I'm an elf going to the ambassador's residence to figure out how and where I stand in the elven people's communities, and at least figure some things out, that wouldn't be completely untoward.
I think that goes against Layla's telling to not get directly involved with the guy.
Correct. But we're not even sure that he's in the ambassador's house.
I think before we would have to take up that idea, we would have to talk to her. Because she knows if that's a good idea or not.
It's an idea. Yeah, maybe we want to float it past her, but I could at least be seen to be finding out information about what I might do or what my options are as far as the elven people are
I mean,
concerned.
that's good information to find out anyway, right? Or
Yeah.
did you already?
Yeah.
Did you already tell
exactly.
You?
So
it's a good thought. Just have to find out if it's a safe thought.
I mean, they like you might step in there and they say, "Oh, good, here's your assignment."
Yes.
Don't disagree, because then you're already outcast before even stepping foot. Goodbye.
No, there's a whole. It doesn't work that way. It's not here's your assignment. You disagree, they banish you. That's a very crass interpretation. of it.
I know.
There is. They still value freedom to a degree of they give the elves the opportunity to wander for decades and find out their place in the world. Then they make the decision.
And you're pretty young still, yeah.
Exactly, I'm very young as far as that's concerned. So, however, I'm an outsider. I just want to figure out how I fit in. I don't want to be out of the people's necessarily grasp, but I'm too young to make the decision of whether I follow my path or not. And it's not like they persecute the elves who choose not to follow their path. They just perform the ritual, and you then become the unawakened, the banished, essentially. They don't hunt you down after that, because there's no point. You can never return home, whatever. But it's not my home in the first place, so I wouldn't be missing anything if I didn't do that. It's a crazy idea, but it's an option. I think discuss with Layla first.
Definitely.
And even the fact that we think you might be in the ambassador's complex might be information Layla might want to know about.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can make an appointment with her for like the afternoon tomorrow, after we've done a bit more information gathering that way.
How did she say that we should contact her? Just by message when we wanted to talk to her? Okay. I think we do the shopping tomorrow. We proceed as planned. We see if we can scout anything to do with the ambassador's complex, if we can even find it, because we don't know where it is yet. And we might be able to ask a general city guard. Sorry, could you tell us the way to the ambassador's place? My elven friend has some questions that she'd like to ask the ambassadors, or the ambassador's office, or whatever it is, however they run. At least we can get directions to find it, even if we don't go in.
Yeah, I mean, they seem pretty helpful, eh? Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay, I think that's a plan. I think that's enough for tomorrow anyway. So, and then we can have a chat to Layla day after tomorrow.
Yeah. Sounds good. Cool.
Well, are you guys gonna do anything else tonight, or
sleep?
It's pretty late, so likely not.
Yeah.
I'm pretty beat, so.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of nearly midnight, roughly, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm probably just gonna get some rest as well.
Okay.
I'll
All right.
see you guys in the morning then.
Yeah.
Good
See
night.
you in the morning.
Good night. I get up and head to my room.
Get up as well. Head to my room.
Just stay in my room.
Amazing.
I take Bo with me, and I spend a little bit like 10 minutes of time with him, and then I
Challenge is
dismiss
to
him again.
sport duel.
Perfect. and then
Still- yeah.
and then basically I bid him a good night as well and pop him back.
Yeah, as soon as I'm left alone, I'll pop Vinny to keep me company,
Mm-hmm.
and just finish up with my tailoring, and then just
How long are you spending on the tailoring?
looks to be a while.
What is a while? It's 11:35.
Yeah, I just rolled a wisdom saving throw to see if I can even sleep alone. It's a 5,
Uh-huh.
and I just made the decision beforehand that she's not gonna go to the other places, so she is
Not sleeping.
not sleeping. No.
Amazing.
Cool.
So let me just
Constitution
make that.
saving throw, please.
It's
Yep.
always when the best decisions.
Yeah, you're
Okay.
fine.
No worries.
Okay.
Yeah, just spending the entire night just making myself look impeccable.
Okay. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then let's say also 15 minutes to fall asleep. 1, 2, 3. Amazing. Okay. So Cassius will wake up at 7:50.
Cool.
So, Vera. Let's start with you.
Vieira's actually sleeping properly tonight.
Okay. So you're gonna sleep also. Okay, so you wake up around the same time as Cassius.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then let me check something. Just a second. Yeah, you're fine.
Okay.
Good to know.
What?
Good to know I didn't die in my sleep, and I'm fine.
Yeah,
It was a bit something.
I don't
Do
know
you
what you're
have
talking
it?
about.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing happened.
Nothing
Alright.
happened. Yeah.
Nothing happened.
Okay, then Samira, you were what? Knitting? Weaving? Staring at the ceiling? And
Yeah,
noticing
actually,
that the room is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and pressing down on your chest?
She's having a
Wow.
bit of an anxiety attack midnight, yeah. And just trying to
Wisdom
just
saving throw,
basically-
please.
Nope.
No. Yeah. That would be a panic attack there.
yeah, she's
Yeah,
having
yeah.
a bit of a panic attack.
Yeah.
Trying to go through it with the help of Vinny, just
Yeah.
talking to
Winnie
herself.
helps. Maybe. Some
Yeah.
Okay, Winnie can distract you. Winnie, yeah.
This the only thing is that there's no other voice in the room, so that's helpful. Not. Yeah, she's having a bit of a bad time right now.
Amazing.
And about I think like it's very 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 like let's say 4 hours later or something, she just gets out of the panic attack to just tries to not think at all by continuing her training, just not thinking, just
Yeah. I would
just
say like you
getting
had
busy.
a full blown panic attack at least, and in between you had like anxiety waves over and over again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like you will be no. Actually, roll me another Constitution saving throw because that's gonna be a disadvantage. Yeah. Okay, you have 1 point of exhaustion. That drained you. That the continuous adrenaline dump.
I think I'm gonna use the fate point.
Awesome. You have 2, right? So I'm gonna use Steve's for this then.
Uh-huh. Nope.
Okay.
Still have it.
No, you can remove the
You can just
exhaustion.
remove the
Oh,
exhaustion.
I can remove it.
Yeah,
Yeah, true.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
true.
I'm reminding you that
Thank you.
you can
Completely
use it for
forgot about
that. Yes. So you don't
Yeah.
have
You
1
need to
point
reroll.
exhaustion. Yeah.
Yeah. I
Okay.
don't have that 1 point exhaustion, and
Just willed it away.
internally, not doing good. Outwards, I am impeccable.
Yes.
So the whole
Yes.
night just getting.
That's the
all
most
dolled
important
up.
thing. That's the most
That's-
important thing.
That's the way to hide the pain.
Yes, yes.
Exactly.
You also sleep normal. I rolled yours already, so you're fine. What do you do before sleeping in those 15 minutes? Anything special?
No way.
Okay.
Being tired. I
You
didn't
had the
sleep last
sport
night.
duel. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Then, you guys, we're gonna do a 10-minute break at this point, and then we're gonna continue after that.
All right.
This is the
Okay.
perfect moment for it.
I'm gonna hit the long rest button. Yeah.
Do-
Amazing.
All right. Just quick question. Can I add like 3 hours to my training time schedule?
Oh yeah, you can
Let's
you
say-
can add 4 hours.
4 hours. Nice.
I mean, to be fair, honestly, add 6 hours. You know, because
Yeah, she's
Yeah.
busying
add 6
her
hours.
brain.
Yeah.
She's busying her brain. She's not
Yeah.
wanting to think. Like just busy time.
Yeah, add 6 hours. You have good 6
Mhm.
hours of training in. There we go.
Nice. Thank you.
Anxiety helps.
It does not.
I love how
That's
how
the-
we had Cassius not taking a long rest last night. Now it's like, you know, Samira not taking a long rest this night. We'll see if Viera will not take a long rest next session, like next night.
Vieira's going to be sleeping like a baby. I don't know what you're talking.
So, okay, Lena, you're first because 6 a.m. light up.
Yeah. All right. Light up. And when exactly did they go off to bed last night so I can have a timer?
11:30.
Okay,
You're
so
not
they're
waking
still
them
gonna
up.
be
Yeah.
they're still gonna be asleep a while.
Except
Okay.
Viera takes usually 4 hours, so you don't know if she's already awake.
Okay, one of them is at least asleep.
Yeah.
A while. Okay, I'm gonna go downstairs to, for one, ask for a bath. Two, ask if Viera came by already.
No, she didn't. And yeah,
Okay.
baths are you want it in the room.
Mhm.
Okay, they will take it like it will take like half an hour to get everything ready, but yeah, you will get a tub upstairs.
Yeah, I'll just finish that up, and I think like at 7 then, when they most likely at least pretty sure gonna come awake soon. I'm gonna do the same as Viera did yesterday and just get a couple platters up for breakfast. So I just, gonna go to the doors and knock with my hands all full. Just feet knocking.
Okay, so you're gonna take the bath first, and then, or you're just gonna take now breakfast and then take the
No,
bath.
bath first.
Bath first. Okay, so I'm gonna.
Had a night of anxiety
1,
sweat, so gotta get
2.
that off.
Okay, and then. Okay, so. Fuck.
Pretty sure that's not what Samira's doing, but okay.
Unlikely.
Okay, it's still it's like basically on the last hour of Viera's sleep.
And Cassius.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just bring the platter. I'll have mostly I have a cold platters because I don't know when the fuck they're gonna wake up.
Yeah.
And
I assume you knocked quietly.
yeah, I just
Yeah.
softly knocked on the doors. If I hear no response, I'm just gonna go back to my room and wait.
Okay. So yeah,
Yeah.
let's start with Viera. She's the easier to wake up in the morning.
Assuming I get my full rest.
Yes.
Viera will wake up casually, calmly, kind of stretch, look over at her breath, make sure he's okay. He's probably just about nodding off
Yes.
as it's daytime. And she'll get up and kind of give him a little bit of fuss and scritches and just kind of pat him and just say, "Stay here, I'll be back in a minute."
You get ear twitch.
Yeah. And she'll start getting dressed.
Yeah.
And I just noticed Albol's dropped out of the call completely.
Yep.
But
Could be from inactivity, but who knows?
no, he would have gone to an AFK channel.
No, he
Oh,
isn't
okay.
AFK.
Oh, he is.
Oh,
in
he
the
is?
AFK,
Oh,
it's just
okay,
all
okay.
the way down.
Alright, gotta scroll back down. Alright. Yeah.
Wait. I'm pulling him back up there.
Hello?
Yeah,
Hello.
Oh, there you are.
there we go.
Discord.
You're live.
Being annoying again. Like I came back, I saw it drop me out. I was like, okay.
No, it chucked
you-
you in the AFK
Yeah,
channel.
because you were gone.
Oh, okay. But when I tried to go back, it was like lagging up completely.
Yeah, I
Oh.
dragged you up here.
perfect. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
No,
Every-
Vera.
Are you all braked out?
Yeah, I'm all braked
Okay.
out.
Cool.
Okay, we started without you to move Samir awake, still being awake, and now Vieira's waking up, so that's happening.
Yeah. So yeah, Vera will just get dressed in the dress that she got yesterday. And she's going to do the best of trying to brush her hair as she can, realizing that she might want to get something along those lines. And then she'll kind of get herself ready and then head next door. Because she thinks she heard a knock at the door, but she wasn't sure.
Okay. Yeah, so he knock at Samira's.
She'll knock at Samira's and then peek in.
Morning. You awake now?
Yes. First impressions. Does Samira look okay?
She actually looks better than yesterday. She's been freshly washed. She has everything done freshly. Any signs of even just eye bags have been freshly coal applied. Like, she's looking good.
Okay. Just thought I'd ask first. Yeah, I'm good. Do you sleep okay?
Yeah.
And-
Doing fine.
Insight check. No, just kidding.
Passive insight more than anything. 17.
Well, I mean, Samira, roll it.
I didn't lie. I just said, yeah, doing fine.
Yeah, okay.
But I did ask if you slept okay.
And I said I was doing fine.
Yeah. You technically didn't sleep okay.
Anyway,
VR would push the point anyway. She'd slide inside the door and then close it and then just go, ooh, breakfast.
Yeah, I thought you were actually awake already, but did you go to bed late or what happened?
No, I went to sleep.
Oh.
Like
a proper. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
I finally kind of got rid of the last of that poison out of my system. I think I overdid it a little bit. For a couple of days.
Good to hear. Glad you're feeling better.
Yeah, I decided to take a few days off just to kind of get the toxins out properly. And I might start again, but I might start later this afternoon once we've done any business we need to deal with. So, but yeah, otherwise I'm good. Is Pretty Boy awake?
No, I also went to knock at his door, didn't respond, so I assume he was pretty tired yesterday. So I'm just, want to let him sleep out a bit.
Do you think he's had another late night?
No, actually, he told me he was just gonna go to bed, so I assume he's just gonna go to bed.
Okay. And Bear will kind of sit down cross-legged and start picking at some of the breakfast.
So, I wanted to ask you, my last rush, I kind of rushed the little scarf thing for Ralph last time. Kind of want to do it again, but better. Any recommendation for what he likes?
He likes not wearing clothing.
Yes, but if he has to, what would its choice be to make it easy on him?
I think the little neck scarf is probably the best thing you can do, if I'm honest. I'm not a fan of stuff that goes around his neck. Just because if he catches it on something, it could choke him, etc.
Okay. So do you want a little vest? That's worse, right?
He will hate you for that.
Okay.
No, I think I'm not sure you need to do anything again. If I'm honest, I mean you're obviously welcome to. That's your choice. But what you've done so far is perfectly adequate. If I'm honest, I don't think Ibrath is going to be with us for much longer.
How? What?
Well,
is this like a Barry situation, or is it just for short?
Possibly. Ultimately, it's up to him. I've kind of, we've created a bond between us, but it's not a bond that we can't choose to separate. And part of the, obviously I was interested in getting another companion when we came through first into this world, and I was interested particularly in hunting cats, and I'd heard that there were some on Taria, but I very quickly found out that there were very few left on Taria. And that's not that there were very few left full stop, just that there were very few left on the island, because they need a certain amount of space to roam and hunt and all the rest of it. So he's actually got a lot of potential mates and stuff on the mainland here.
Oh.
A little bit further into Hoya. But it was always a case of kind of the bond was created with him to help him, and he's now on the mainland of Hoya. At some point he's going to want to look for a mate, because he's never had that so far. There was literally him left on the island. So at some point he will depart to go and do whatever Shadow Panthers do in the wild. Whether he goes and does that and comes back, or whether he goes and stays, that's kind of his choice. I don't want to say he has to come back. If he does choose to come back, I want that to be his option, not mine. In which case I will happily re-establish the bond with him, and then carry on from there. So it's temporary, possibly permanent, but we'll see.
Okay.
Who knows? Ultimately, it was all about getting him reunited with his kin, so to speak, in larger hunting grounds.
Then I'm happy to hear that for him, but how are you feeling about that potential,
Happy. I've been able to help him not be the last of his kind on an island where no others of his kin exist. Am I sad that he may choose not to come back? Well, he hasn't chosen that yet, so I'll cross that bridge if and when that happens. That's not happened yet, so there's no point thinking about it. Ultimately, whatever his decision, I'm happy to have been able to help him. And if he chooses not to come back, then I will look at establishing a bond with a new creature that perhaps needs a little bit of help and can at the same time help out. We'll see.
Do you have any ideas yet?
Well, Ibrath, if he comes back. Until that does or doesn't happen, I'm not giving it much thought, if I'm honest.
Yeah, and if you said he will. If he comes back, is a potentially, but he will leave. So, you get any ideas on what kind of other friend you want to make?
Nothing in particular. I don't really get a choice of what it is. Ultimately, I can do my best to try and encourage the kind of creature I want to attract, but ultimately it's whatever answers the call, if you like. I think it's a bit like when you did yours, you weren't really sure what you were going to get, personality wise at least. It's a bit like that, really. And I'm not sure what kind of creature it is, so it could be a very crabby crab. It could be a very happy crab. It might not be a crab at all.
If it is a crab, then I'll make sure to not resent it too much for that.
No, I'm sure I think it's unlikely to be a crab, if I'm honest. It's not impossible. It's entirely possible, I think.
I mean,
especially
that
given
you
the
are-
creatures
Yeah.
that we've seen in this world, like the animals on Taria being super intelligent versions of themselves, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah. So it could be anything. It could be a bird. Could be
Ooh.
a wolf. It could be a rhinoceros. That would be very difficult to explain in cities, but
Yes.
ultimately it could be anything. I think it's a case of
Are
whatever
you
shows up.
hoping for anything in particular?
Well, I'm not looking, so I'm not hoping for anything right now.
Alright. Okay.
If Ibrath chooses to come back, then I'm not going to be looking for anything.
Okay.
So I'll wait until that bridge needs to be crossed.
All right.
Probably at this point you hear just a knock at the door.
Come on in.
Now here's an animal. Good morning.
Guy just like walks in smirking and then like looks at the both of you. It's like,
Morning. Come on, sit down
Morning.
for breakfast.
special occasion?
No, just hungry
Breakfast?
after a night of not eating.
No, I mean, yeah, you both look good.
Thank you.
Trying to make appearances. Might need to get my hands on a comb now. Or a brush.
I am getting a comb made, so you can have one of those.
Oh no, we're going shopping. Goodness, I can buy one.
Yeah, why not? We're in the
Alright.
city. We have
Gasp.
money.
Yeah. Gasp. Spend a few coins on a comb or a brush. Maybe both.
Yeah. I mean, if you want, I can like help you out in the meantime. But
Yeah, if you don't mind. Just smoothing it out a bit. I think
Smooth it
get the
out.
tangles out.
I don't really have anything to offer to you. I have a wide tooth comb that your hands will work even better. So sorry.
Yeah. I've already used hands, so
Yeah.
don't have magic hands. Guess prestidigitation. Fix up her hair a little bit. Just smooth out. Disentangle, mostly.
Did Layla gave hair products, right? Did she give any for her? Her type of hair?
Her being who?
Viera.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of stuff in there.
Very herbal one.
what?
What?
Why didn't you tell us?
I did tell you. That
Did
was
you?
my main goal. And like, I came back and I told you all about my adventures.
You told us about
achievements.
hair products. You didn't say that you had
Told
some
me.
for us.
I
said
some
I
stuff.
scored
you?
us. I scored us hand products. You're maybe not listening to
Um,
me.
To be honest, I think I'd kind of overdone the herbs and the poisons a little bit at that point. so-
Yeah.
Could be.
I'll forgive the fact that you weren't listening to me, but yeah, there's I can can get you some. Can
Oh,
get
if
some
I'd known
more.
that, I'd have used that last night.
You didn't ask anymore, so I
Yeah.
figured you didn't want to.
Um,
They're in my room. You can go and grab them whenever.
I wouldn't dare enter your room without knowing where to look. So
It's locked most
probably-
of the time anyway, but
probably best if you retrieve those.
it's magically trapped as well. So
Exactly. I don't want to accidentally step on the wrong plank.
yeah, you have to be really careful.
I'm sure
No,
you all
I'll-
kitted out after a night. Very efficient.
You certainly
Uh-huh.
look better rested today than you did yesterday.
Ah.
Everything okay?
Yeah, I feel great. Yeah,
Good.
I feel just taking our time. It feels good. I second night is always best.
Anyway,
Yep. We can
as
just
much
chat
as
on forever.
I love your enthusiasm in RP, we are gonna get this done. So,
Let's get going.
you get going. So
We
first
can
of
walk and
all,
talk and eat.
Cassius, the lenses plus two things you need on them. It's two pairs of lenses, basically with like a drop, like glasses. You know, I mean, you can rework them into goggles if you want, but basically it's spectacles. You know, the kind of spectacles that have like a secondary pair of glasses that gets flipped down, and it's like, you know, but he designed it in a way where it's like stable, so it's not like quite goggles, but like, you know, it has like a band going behind your head so you don't lose them because they're heavy because it's double lenses, right? There would be 5,000 gold to make.
Okay. Very well. I will retrieve that from Samira.
Okay.
3,000
gold.
Do you even have that much?
Yeah.
Yes, he does. He
Mhm.
has 600 platinum itself. So
Just checking after all the splurging on the alcohol and the booze and everything else he keeps
Come
spending
on.
money on.
So are you taking that from your share of the stash or from the group share of the stash?
Yeah, from my own.
That's coming from personal funds. That's
From
not a
my
group
so that's
fund.
minus 500.
And I also want to
platinum.
point out that the second pair of lenses can be detached so you don't look like a complete nerd and just look like a scholar, right?
Question: do they look
But-
cool?
You look like a particularly cool scholar.
Nice.
You know, the kind of like that might be also interpreted as a serial killer.
Ah,
It will take
exactly
him,
exactly the look I was going for.
yeah. It will take him 18 days to make it, so 2 weeks.
Oof.
Okay.
Because he has
Yeah.
apprentices to help him, otherwise it would be 33 days. So you're welcome.
No, perfect. I'll yeah, if you can take out and like one more platinum just as a as a tip.
As a tip. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well,
The sheath for the dagger is 1,000 gold.
Ow.
Okay, the case. It's not a sheath, right?
Get
Yeah.
the 1,000 gold too.
Thank you.
That's a book
Okay.
to be made.
Okay, just let me know. You're down to
Coppers.
160 platinum.
It's still plenty.
Spending money. 160?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. Because
Like
I see
overall.
50. Oh, okay, yeah. Because then the rest is in the handy haversack, right?
Haversack, exactly. After this session, I'll have to do some more math to transfigurate everything around.
Oh, if you could, that would be great.
No problem.
So,
Gladly do
and
so.
the
you,
magical
Lena.
pocket. The magical pocket.
This is a group funds one, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The magical pocket will be 6,000 gold.
There goes our group fund.
Group fund. We had 800 in that group fund, so that's good.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, 6,000. Okay, so we're
It
So-
is
209.
expensive because of the free openings. Right.
Yes, of course.
So
And they're
I
the detachable ones, right? That you can like.
Yeah, it's
Put in the
We said they were
okay. Let me
detachable.
give you a better idea of what I mean with like, because medieval pockets are different, right? Medieval pocket.
I already removed half of the 1,000 from my own part of for them all. Just letting you know. Because you said half up front, so 500 up front.
This is what I mean.
No,
They're-
you paid it all in one go last week, Lena.
No, I paid
Yeah,
with
Mom.
all in one go for the jewelry.
Oh,
Plus
the
extra.
jewelry.
Yeah.
That's right.
I'd
See,
have to go come
This
back
is what I
today for
mean
the
with
rest.
when I say medieval pockets, right?
Mhm,
They're
yeah,
tie-on pockets. They didn't have stitched-in pockets. Those were a thing that came way later. So
Yeah, I know.
basically, all pockets, including male pockets, were actually tie-on pockets.
That's fine. That's kind of what I was going for, anyways.
Yeah. So you can easily hide it on the skirts or inside your pants, no problem, right? Or
Yeah, not just one outfit that goes with it.
yeah.
Inside your corset.
One brief question. When would the dagger case be done?
The dagger
A
case
week,
within a week.
Wasn't
Yeah.
it?
Within a week. Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay.
Keep in
When
mind a
will-
week is 9 days.
Will be done in 9 days.
Sorry, what did you say about the pocket already? What time that will be done?
No.
I was
It
interrupting,
will
sorry.
also be 2 weeks.
2 weeks
So
for the
18
pocket.
days, yeah.
And for the mall?
For the mall, you wanted just a sheath, right? Like a.
Oh no, that's
No,
for me
mall is
magically
enchanted.
enchanting it. For
Okay,
the
what
plus
was
one, I
it
think.
again? +1. Yeah,
Plus one.
let me. Sorry, I wrote it down and then I deleted it because I'm a super smart person.
So I have the cost down here. You
I'm a
said
professional
1,000.
GM, you guys.
All good.
It is 1,000. Yes.
Yeah, 1,000 half up front, so I paid you 500.
Yeah. That would be 6 days.
6 days.
Please keep track of that for me, Lena.
Mm-hmm. No
Thank you.
problem. I got it.
Put it
I
on
have-
the calendar when your stuff's going to be done.
By the way, you have the calendar tool that we're now using. You can also use that to make notes quickly. You have
Oh,
permission
perfect.
to make notes in it.
I already have 3 calendars. I can't get a 4th.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Yeah. All right.
I'm keeping
Alright.
the outside calendar because it's accessible even when the game is not running. So
Mm-hmm. Okay. And just to speed things along for the shopping portion some more. If I wanted to get 2 weeks,
Mhm.
would I get them here, and how much would that cost?
if you want to get what in 2 weeks?
Wigs,
2 weeks.
wigs, hair, wigs.
Wigs. You have a wig
Yeah.
shop.
All right.
You
I'll
can
get.
buy them immediately if you don't want anything special, which you have a wig shop already.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think. Yeah, just 2 standard wigs. I'll decide on the color and look later. But just standard, because I figure like there's so many white-haired asses around here.
leaving notes in the calendar.
Yep.
Nice.
Mhm.
Yeah, I get one white-haired one, long-haired one to fit in with the asthma a bit more,
Mhm.
and one for personal use that we will decide on later.
I mean, your hair fits with the Asimar. You have Asimar with curly hair.
I know,
Yeah.
but I have the placement of my black and white is a bit distinct.
Yes, it is. It is true. Okay, fair enough. Sure. Please look up in the shopping thing if there's wigs on the list.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows?
Who knows?
I would not be surprised if there are. Part of maybe look under disguise kits as well, potentially. Because that usually includes stuff like wigs. As
If
part
not,
of the shopping.
If not, it's just gonna be the expensive version of the disguise kit.
Okay, so I don't find anything just yet.
Okay, then find the disguise kit in the shopping thing and take the expensive price. Because wigs back then were a bit more complicated to make. More
Okay.
notes?
More notes. It's a really handy tool. Works
Yeah.
really well. Yeah.
Oh,
perfect.
38. Okay, that's the expensive version. At least from
Yeah.
yeah, 38.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Nice too. Nice.
I love that table. It's amazing.
Mhm.
Yep.
Burp.
Yeah. Couldn't hold that one in anymore.
It's fine.
As part of the shopping trip, Via is going to burp and then enter the dressmaking shop
Great. Okay.
and say hello.
Yeah.
And obviously, she was introduced by Ava.
Mm-hmm.
She's come back to kind of give them a little bit more detail about the dress she'd like made.
Yeah.
And she's going to spend as much time as she needs to go into as much detail as she needs to depict the picture that I sent you.
Okay. Yeah. She will ask you. She will give you some sample materials to look at. Some suggestions, some like adjustments of like, oh, I wouldn't like here, and then she would sketch it out, right, and be like, okay, I wouldn't do this. I would prefer like it would be better for the stability of the overall dress to do this and this and this, and basically you will get what you have in your picture. But like as
Yeah.
Viera describes it, like she does the adjustments until it becomes the dress that you showed me in the picture, right?
Yeah. Sounds good.
She will
During
also
that
ask you if you want hidden pockets.
Yes, every one of Vieira's dresses must have pockets.
Yeah.
So yes, definitely hidden pockets.
Chris just sounded like a true woman right there.
Yes. Why would you not? That would be
Very
nuts.
emphatically.
Pockets. We need
Yeah.
pockets in our clothing.
Well-
God damn it.
Pockets are what you have to have. Yes. So yeah, I'm presuming that conversation takes a while with the sketching and the toing and froing and stuff. Is it possible to drop in, like, does she do, she doesn't want any details about customers specifically, but does she do this sort of customizing work quite often for people she knows?
For friends.
No?
Yes, for friends. Yeah.
Friends only. Good to know.
Yeah.
Does she work in, like, exotic materials? Is that an option too?
She can order it on when somebody needs it, right?
Okay.
And she will also get you like the suggestions for materials that she might not even have in the store, right, for the dress.
At this point, Vieira would float the idea of she's potentially interested in. She'll very quickly point out
that gown. Is it that one? Is it for the stuff, for the thing?
What?
The thing?
What?
The thing we shall not name.
I don't know what you're talking about.
The thing that you're gonna do that nobody knows about. Is it that dress that you're trying to get now as well?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that is the dress that she's just been given the blueprints for. Yes.
Yeah, but you also wanted a second dress that was like a bit more, a bit less, a bit
less.
Yes.
No, it's got nothing to do with that. No.
Okay.
She's gonna point out that Vieira's a little bit of an enchanter in training.
Yeah. Okay.
And one of the things that she would like to try and do is to create an enchanted cloak.
Okay. Enchanted with what?
Invisibility.
Okay.
And she's heard that the materials of what you make the cloak out of can sometimes help or hinder the enchantments themselves. She was just wondering if those are the sorts of things she might be able to work in as well.
She could, yes, make you a cloak, but it would probably not hold very powerful enchantments.
Okay.
And she's by no means an expert. She kind of knows the theory, like material theory. She knows that the material needs to be more sturdy. So it would be probably silk.
More expensive stitching, better quality, like, everything.
Yeah, silver thread, that kind of stuff that can hold the enchantment, yes.
Does she know anywhere that does create just the clothing that's capable of then being enchanted?
She will be like, the expensive shops have anything you want, because they have like illusion enchantment on their dresses to enhance the looks of it, so they have more experience in making those kinds of clothes.
Okay. And those are just the expensive shops here in the inner district. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, she will know. Like, I mean, if you look closely, you will probably find something in the New Harbor as well. Depends on what you need.
Okay. I'm still new to town. Still just trying to find my footing.
And if you have specifically told her invisibility, she will they will probably also know better how to deal with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Then she will pretend like she never heard it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what are the two others doing while you were in the tailoring shop?
Posting gifs of Harry Potter in his invisibility cloak, apparently.
Well, since we didn't really we decided not to do the listening thing today, I think we kind of divided up our shopping. So I think she's in the clothing store while I'm getting my wigs and such.
Okay. So, are you looking for the ambassador's house?
We're asking a guard at one of the gates for directions to the ambassador's residence.
Okay, yeah. The ambassador's residence is here. The Elven embassy is this corner here.
Wait, where's here? Okay.
Please. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Oh, by the green. Okay, makes sense.
By the green. The whole city's by the green.
Yeah. But this particular green, once you get there, the garden is very distinct from the rest of the garden. It looks equally wild and arranged at the same time, in the kind of like, Viera, you would know that elves can do the thing where they make plants grow a certain way without making it look gardened, right?
Yeah.
It's like the grass is not cut, it just decided to grow shorter.
Maybe it's just short grass.
Yeah, exactly.
I
It's
mean,
just
you
like
get varieties
it
of
all
grass
looks,
that don't grow.
yeah, it looks like all very wild grown, but
Mhm.
tamed at the same time, because
Yeah.
it just doesn't
Kempt-
match the other
kempt,
gardens around.
But wild.
Yes.
Yeah. Not to sidetrack you too much. Any idea on how long it would take to make the dress that Viera's given them the dimensions and stuff for? And how much it would cost?
Let me check. So, it will.
Just to point out, because it's probably a fact I didn't share with you mentally, but it's in my head and it has been all along. The entire point is that once she's finished using this dress for its particular purpose, she plans to enchant it herself.
That's the second dress, or the one dress that you just ordered, the fancy dress.
It's the really fancy dress with like the bronze breastplate and the feathered
That
shoulders.
will be 1,000, right? And 1,000 because she's gonna work on it only for a week, refusing any other custom orders, or even adjustments. So because her business will take a hit, she will charge you more if that's all right with you, and it will be done in 6 days.
6 days.
Yes.
Does she want the money up front?
That would help, yes.
Lena, can you deduct 1,000 gold from my account?
Will do.
Great.
No problem. Got you covered. And done.
So yeah, it's a material component. You have 1,000 gold covered, right, on the dress.
And the idea is that she plans to either enchant it herself or take it somewhere else to enchant it, so that it's essentially like the glamoured studded leather, but it's glamoured dress instead.
Oh wait, let me check. What rarity is glamoured?
Uncommon, I think.
And there's actually a clause of changing, I think.
That sounds right.
There is some clothes that change appearance.
A glamour studded leather is rare.
No, but there is some kind of clothes. I remember that vaguely, that changes actually appearance, and it's not an armor, it's actually clothing.
But she wants the one with the breastplate, so that's armor, right? Or
but it's not real.
It's more
armor.
decorational.
Yes.
Ah, okay.
It's not, it's not,
because
it's
you
not
mentioned
actual
breastplate,
armor.
I was like, oh wow, breastplate?
Yeah, no, it's not.
Medium
It's not
armor,
actual
right.
breastplate. Yeah, I don't know. I can find a clothes of mending. That's the only thing I can find.
Robe of scintillating colors. No.
Well, there's lots of robes. You don't want those.
Okay, glamoured.
Robe of many eyes to just creep people out.
Okay, it's rare. Okay, yeah. We can drop it to uncommon, actually, because it's not armor. Yes, 1,000. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she'll worry about doing the enchantment or paying for the enchantment later. So. All good.
Oh, good. You cannot make it look like armor. You can only change it to different kinds of clothing, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Fine with me. So yeah, other than that, I guess we're going to spend the majority of our day watching patterns for the ambassador's house.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you guys have anything else you specifically.
Mind you, on the way to the ambassador's house, you also pass this place here, which draws your attention because of the two statues standing left and right by the door that look like a man in robes and a hood holding an hourglass. It's the temple of the father.
Aren't those like super rare?
Yes.
Interesting.
And the stone is different than the surrounding buildings as well.
Is it the similar kind of stone that we
No.
saw at the statue?
No, it's made of granite. Almost molded, if you will. Dark granite. So it looks ominous compared to the rest of the buildings around them, because the rest of the buildings is brighter, right, with red roofs.
Does this adhere to the building standards in Tucson?
It fits the architectural design, it's just a different stone.
Different color.
Yeah.
Okay. They must have had some serious permits to allow this building to exist.
I mean, temples can get away with a bunch of shit. But...
Yeah.
Do you guys want to go inside?
When I have the sheath, maybe. Before that, no way.
Sounds like a good idea, to be fair.
Yes.
Should we just making a careful note to make sure no one's overhearing our conversations? Shall we keep an eye on the other house?
Yeah, I want to do a quick look around if I see any signs. I didn't really see any in the city. It's probably too above board to do that, but I want to take a look at least. Otherwise, I suggest we just keep a bit of a distance, get some food maybe. Then maybe is there somewhere close by that we can sit down and eat?
I mean, we had breakfast like 10 minutes ago.
No, you didn't.
I assume that the time has shifted.
I assume it's lunchtime-ish by the time we've done all our shopping
Yes.
around and stuff. Yeah, I mean, that all sounds like a good plan. If we can't find somewhere where we can sit and keep an eye, maybe we eat and walk slowly.
We can do that, yeah.
We can always pretend like we're paying attention to the gardens in the back and just marveling at how well kept they are, which at least keeps us close.
No, your dress will be ready on the 8th, by the way. I just noticed the note.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll pick it up on the 9th.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we're just, for the intents and purposes, we're going to be doing scouting, watching who comes and goes from the ambassador's house. If there are any servants who come out of back doors into the gardens or anything along those lines.
Perception check from someone, or everyone, or helping someone with to get advantage. I'm leaving it up to you.
I'm helping someone.
I'll do it myself.
I'm helping Bjerreden.
Okay.
Just fuck you, Cassius.
Well, I also don't need it right now.
Oh my god, that's so boring! Why am I sitting here? It's boring.
Does
Anyway.
Cassius nod off?
Maybe.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah. In the shade,
This is
like, siesta time. After
Parasol.
Yeah, parasol. But you find a little bench. It's been a hot day, right? So you're sitting in the shade after the lunch, and you're like, All right.
Just relax and
Yeah.
just like close
Nappy
my eyes
time,
a little
yes,
bit.
siesta.
Yeah.
Yep. But Viera, you notice that there are the occasional people coming by to deliver things, like supplies or food in the back entrance, and then the elven servants pick it up from them and take it inside. So the elven servants do not leave the embassy, right?
Yeah.
You don't know if it's an unusual amount of food. It seems like a lot, but then again, it might just be for the next coming week, whatever, right?
Yeah, there's no context yet. So.
No context, so you cannot tell if it's like an unusual amount of food for an unusual amount of people, right? You have no idea how many people are in there to begin with.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye as well on windows in the embassy in case I see any flashes of silver hair or anything like that. Telltale signs of anyone. There must be windows and there must be some people walking
there's
past them.
windows. You can see sometimes like servants, because they're all simply dressed. The fashion is distinctly different, by the way, from the local fashion. It looks what you would imagine as like more elven, right?
Yeah.
And at one point there's a coach that comes by. Two people leave the mansion, which honestly they could easily be the ambassador, right? It doesn't fit the description or the drawing you see of the saw of Samriel, right? But the coach is very expensive. It's closed off. It has a curtain, right? It's like private, and it has the gilded symbol of a tree with roots on the side, right? As in like, but you also see that on the embassy itself as a symbol. So you figure that's like the embassy coach, right?
Yeah.
And they get driven off somewhere towards basically the harbor, into that direction, based probably on some official business. Who knows? And if you spend long enough, they will come back a few hours later, right?
Same individual.
Same
getting
individuals,
into and getting out of.
A male and a female. Like they look like high elves. They look very official, regal.
I was going to say, are they dressed like officials?
Yes.
Essentially.
Like I said, you get the impression like, oh, this must be the ambassador and his wife, right?
Right. Or the ambassador and her husband, either or.
Yes.
Because we don't actually know if the ambassador's
they
male or
have
female.
they have full on like the regal movement and stance, and you almost get like royalty impression from them.
Yeah.
The coachman is also an elf. The guards that follow them in and then sit behind
They're
the
all
coach.
trusted individuals, part of the embassy. Yeah, of course they are.
But here you can also see that the coachman is some kind of maybe wood elf, right? The guardsmen are also high elves, right? But they look a bit more beefier.
Okay.
So many high elves, amazing.
Not unsurprising. Yeah, okay. Not an awful lot for us to do or say about that intel. Short of us actually going inside and planning another heist.
What? Heist?
Welcome back to the land of the living.
It's so warm.
Yeah.
Anything?
Nothing special. Just a coach with officials that have travelled from and back. So obviously they went somewhere on official business and came back again. I don't think we're gonna speak to a servant or overhear a servant. I mean, I could change into a serpent. That might scare some of the servants, but that's an entirely different matter. Yeah, I don't think we're going to find anything in particular,
Okay.
short of us planning an information heist
I mean,
and potentially risking everything. Yeah.
yeah. Let's save
I-
that one.
I think it might be good to let her know what we know and see what she says of
The ideas, yeah.
plans going forward.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe in the meantime she has some leads as well that we could follow up on.
Potentially, yeah. Might just be a whole load of nothing, but we're not even certain this has anything to do with them. But it seems like our best bet.
For now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Should we contact her already, or you guys want to try at something else? I was talking with Samira before to maybe go back to the Emporium, try something, but it's risky as well because we don't know how much.
Well, shall we head back to our rooms and we can discuss things privately?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good idea.
Yeah, we can do that.
So yeah, everybody finished shopping for the day? Yeah. I think we've all spent more than enough, apart from Samira, who's been happily not spending too much.
I'm saving money for stuff, so that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff. All right.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Stuff.
I already told you guys that I already told you guys that I want magical tattoos. At that will cost.
Yes. Yes.
I probably want one as well.
You've got money left after today.
You got some left. Don't worry, you got some.
And what about all the things?
What, the gems?
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
We
I
may
love
want
those
to see
pictures,
if we
by the
can,
way, Lena.
we
Thank
may,
you.
we may want to see if we can find somewhere to sell some of those gems. Very much the indication I was given was maybe outside the inner city.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
when
I
we
think
try to go for the dagger, maybe we can do that. Those two.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're probably going to find different places to sell different things in the new harbor.
Yeah.
So,
Either way, it takes you 15 minutes to get back to the inn.
So yeah, what did you and Samira discuss? Risky.
Yeah, I mean, the riskiest thing is we don't know about they have any like magical defenses, but I wanted to go there a couple of times just to be a familiar face. And I mean, there's a lot of people in there, people just talking about their lives, and I mean, it's good to connect. So we could maybe try to just make some connections. But otherwise, I was maybe that I get some companionship for some time, and because these are the people that hear a lot, they're also mostly, it's hard to get information from them generally because they're good at what they do. But I was looking to, talk about my worries as a businessman, and let's slip that one of my associates in as a love tangle with some elf that I don't know the name of, and see if I, try to catch something with the detection, but like I said, they might have certain defenses against it, especially if they're really good at their job. So I'm actually, the more that I'm talking about it, the less I'm liking the idea. Shit. Fuck. Stupid. Okay. It's
not stupid. We
but
just don't want to take that risk.
It's very risky.
Yeah, we want to make friends, not enemies, if possible.
Exactly. So my suggestion would be to at least because we've been shopping. Some people know us. You have a connection in the dress shop that is a little bit more. I mean,
Yeah.
we might need to just try to kind of, schmooze it up, not with any intention, but just try to have a good time, and in the meantime, try to just make friends. This is never a bad idea.
I think that's probably all very sensible. You mentioned something about this oracle doing a performance. Do you know when it was?
I honestly doubt
No.
we'd get a place there.
It's
It's in a week, and it's very exclusive.
it's extremely exclusive. So either we need to, well,
We may not be able to, but together with a certain individual, we may be able to.
Which individual are you talking about?
The one we're about to tell.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I mean, it's worth. She maybe already knows about it. Maybe she says it's a good idea.
Let's find out what she knows about it. She may know of them, but not realize they're performing in a week's time. It may have absolutely no benefit whatsoever. It may. Who knows? Hell, like, imagine getting an audience and then she sings about one of us and saying that we're going to meet the silver-haired elf 3 nights hence in a dark alley on this street, whatever.
And die.
And die horribly.
Very specific.
It's a very interesting song there. There's very great lyrics. And then
Well,
you're gonna meet him in the alley.
You know what I
stabbed.
mean.
You're gonna think. You gotta listen for the euphemism, like the silver wolf is hunting, and
the garlanded maiden.
Exactly. Yes.
Looking for you.
It would be wordier than what I've just used, of course. I was trying to expedite the process, but now it's taken twice as long as if I just said it clearly.
You're welcome.
So, but you never know. We are just because it's an exclusive event doesn't mean we might not be able to get tickets or a ticket.
Okay.
Or it might not even be us that gets the ticket. It might be someone else who gets it.
Alright.
And attends and is able to discern some extra info. Maybe they see him there. Who knows? If I get the impression he's not highbrowing his way around the city to be a pretentious noble. He's part of a group who wants to get themselves rid of civilization and return it back to nature.
Well, he can blend in, as we already heard.
Yeah.
He can disguise himself pretty well, so who knows?
He can, but is he going to attend something of that sort of thing? That kind of performance? Probably not. Probably hates it.
Unlikely.
Maybe. Because
Maybe if he's hoping
information, hoping that he's going to be the one that.
Well, by the sounds of it, he's the one selling the map, so he's already way ahead of everybody in terms of information.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the map.
I thought he was the one who was selling it.
He has the.
He has the staff.
He has the staff.
He's the sexton.
Yes.
Or maybe he has the first map that led him to the sexton.
No.
If we're talking about the Brindana's map, this is being auctioned by a different party. And he's interested in getting it, but he has, as far as we know, or he had the sexton. Maybe he doesn't have it anymore as well, but he's the last known party to have it.
Right.
So, but yeah, I mean, it's all up there, and not conclusive. But let's meet with, or at least talk to Layla, see if she wants to meet already, because she was going to meet us in 3 days.
Which is tomorrow.
Second day.
Today's the second day.
Exactly. So we could either tell her things already, or
I would just say that we've got some light information, possibly, might be useful, might not. Shall we meet tomorrow for dinner?
I mean, she was already meeting us tomorrow, so.
Well, she said send her a message when we're ready to meet. So.
I might be misremembering, but I thought she was just gonna meet us in 3 days.
Yeah, we were gonna meet in 3 days' time, so that was a fixed point.
So I mean,
if we had information in between, we would have messaged her.
We could expedite. Let's say we just have information and ask her if she wants to meet now or later.
We would appreciate feedback and if she's okay meeting.
Past it.
All right. Boop de boop. Deep deep.
And he's like, quit procrastinating. Just do it already.
Just fucking do it. Yes. Okay. Let's see.
We could do this, or
Come on, Lena. Do the finger counting.
Hey there. Wanna let you know that we would like some feedback on some ideas. Would you be alright meeting a day early? Let me know.
You get first silence, and you're already worried that there might not be any answer at all. And then you get a very compressed, kind of busy at the moment. See you tomorrow morning for breakfast, 6 a.m. Sharp. Bye.
What kind of busy did she sound?
Compressed, busy.
What? Sorry.
Compressed.
In a corset, busy.
No, as in like compressed. I mean, there's no real indicator of what kind of busy that is. Just stressed, like, you know.
Oh, okay. I did not know the word compressed. Sorry.
Me neither.
Like
Never
squished
had it used
together.
that way at all.
Basically compressed, yes. But
Okay, I'll stop between a rock and a bad place. Okay,
Yes,
that sort of.
yeah. But
Okay.
no, it could be because she's in a bad situation, or because she's in a hurry, or you can't tell.
Tight spot,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, she's tomorrow morning. No idea what she's doing right now, but tomorrow morning.
okay.
Just sometime tomorrow morning.
No.
Sorry, I was
6
so
a.m.
6 a.m.
6
sure.
a.m. I was so hung up on the compressed.
Yes, 6
Completely
a.m.
forgot the
sharp.
message.
Yeah.
6 a.m.
It's fine. You're gonna show up at 8 a.m. She'd be like, "What the actual fuck?" Oh.
Yeah.
No,
Can
6
you
a.m.
repeat the message again for me? My brain right now. I'm so sorry. The compressed thing was just hanging.
No. She said 6 a.m. sharp.
Okay.
For breakfast.
Thank you.
Yeah, meet you
I was
tomorrow
just
for
thinking, what the
breakfast, 6
fuck does
a.m.
that
sharp.
word mean?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. Relay the message to them. Yeah, tomorrow morning then.
What do you think it's worth going to the Emporium then for tonight?
Well, if we're gonna wake up early, depends on what you guys want to do.
Well, I mean, it's the sun still hasn't set yet. Won't set for like another hour yet. But that doesn't mean we couldn't go to the Emporium now and sort out some sort of dinner, or we could actually like take the dinner from the tavern that we're paying for every day anyway. And then go to the Emporium just to be the familiar face if you want to do that, Cassius.
I mean, it doesn't even need to be the Emporium then specifically for not going to do my stupid idea, but just go into town a little bit, go to different inns, and just like
into town, like inner city
No,
into
but inner, I
town.
think.
in their
Right.
city for now. Let's keep
for
it.
now, okay.
Yeah.
We haven't actually been there for like sunset evening
Do they have
dinner
like
walk.
taverns, like proper taverns?
I think they probably have fancy places to eat.
Like more like restaurants.
Oh, okay.
But if there is anything like it, we can just take a look, like explore a little bit in the later hours because we've just been like shopping there.
We're going for we've avoided the hot part of the day. We're going back to see what the nightlife is like in the inner city because we haven't done that so far. That's perfectly reasonable. I suspect the streets are just going to be deserted and there's going to be a bunch of guards walking around going like a bunch of weirdos walking around this late at night. Why aren't you in your house?
You have people
Well.
walking around, like
Yeah.
it's just that the gate gets closed at 10. So
Yeah.
Okay, does the gate going in get closed or also out?
Out.
the city
gate.
wall gates, period, full stop.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
The
full
gate.
stop.
The gate. The alarm goes off and the gate closes.
Mhm.
Is
Okay,
there
gotta
actually
get-
a warning bell to tell you've got like 5 minutes to get out? Have we noticed that in the previous 2 nights?
Yes, you have the guards warning, right?
Okay. So there's like a warning bell rung from the churches or something to tell
Not
you.
the churches, from the gate itself. They have like a ding 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 ding,
Okay,
a subtle
okay.
one.
But you have to be relatively close to hear that, I would
I mean,
imagine.
usually people know, right? So,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
and it's not
Okay.
like you cannot go through the gate. They can open up the side door for you, but the gate is closed, right?
Yeah. But that's fine because you said the churches sound the hourly
Yes.
mark anyway. So
Yeah.
at 9 we just start making our way out.
At 9, it rings 21
Yeah.
times.
I don't think we even want to make it that late, exactly. It's just
Yeah.
like, if we're
If
gonna
you want
meet
to
up
wake up
tomorrow
with
morning.
time tomorrow, yeah.
Oh well, 9 o'clock's not late. So
Not for you.
No, exactly.
If you want to have a full night's sleep and want to wake up before 6.
yeah, just look sheepish.
It's fine. Let's explore a little bit more and just yeah.
Okay,
Be
what are you
sociable.
doing? Summary.
sociable.
Summary.
We're
We're being
gonna
sociable.
Take the
Amazing.
downtime activity of what was it? Carousing.
carousing.
Carousing, yeah.
Carousing.
Carousing
Oh,
the
amazing.
inner city.
Let me then roll. Who's gonna lead this carousing roll, or gonna make it a group skill check? Let's make it a group skill check.
Obviously.
Lovely.
We can make it a group skill check. Why not? Let's do it.
We
I
never
like-
had
I,
that. Let's do
I
that.
really like group skill checks actually. Let's
Yes.
do it.
Okay,
Oh
so
God.
Yay!
are you trying to mingle with the lower, the middle, or the upper class?
I think because we're staying in the inner city, so then it's gonna be
So-
more like middle class.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
middle
you're gonna
class,
spend
yeah.
50 gold for the evening
In total.
Okay,
Group funds.
into group funds.
group funds.
And then I need everyone to do a charisma persuasion check.
Let me just do a group funds thing for a second. I'm a bit busy. Give me a sec. 50 gold, and it's out of account. And persuasion, you said?
Yeah.
Disadvantage. Still pretty good.
Wow, that's pretty good for disadvantage.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use my fate point to add 2 to the roll.
I have. Yeah.
Nice.
Good idea.
Yeah, that's a 13 now. That's good. That's good.
No, that's an 11.
Yeah, +2, right? +2.
That is +2.
Oh.
That's why I added +2 to it.
Oh,
Alright.
honey.
Alright. Oh, honey,
Okay,
darling.
and Cassius, you are allowed to do the final roll, and you can add a +4 to it.
I can add a +4. I'm
Yes.
gonna also use my inspiration to add a +2 on top of that.
Okay.
Nice.
So it's gonna be a +4 +2.
That's a +16 to your normal
Plus-
roll. That's
plus 6.
awesome. Yeah, plus 16 in general to 20.
Pretty shit,
Amazing.
but okay.
Oof.
Okay, so you got 3 contacts. Middle class. Let me roll them up. See what we get. First
Mhm.
of all, there we go. I never gave you contacts. This is the first time. I'm so excited.
Yeah. Cool.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. So who's gonna keep the notes of the contacts you have?
I will.
Okay.
Okay, thank fuck.
For a brief
I just prepared myself.
explanation, let me just show you.
I was keeping very quiet.
Show to players.
I mean, it kind of makes sense that I do the contact stuff,
It
right?
does, yeah.
Here
You are
are
the lead for
as a
carousing,
reminder,
so.
the house rules for contact, right?
Mhm.
So basically, the 3 numbers that I just rolled are per contact. You have the first number represents the proficiency rating, the second number is the connection rating, and the last number is how loyal they are to you, right?
Ooh, we're pretty good.
Yes.
Like at least by proficiency, that's nice.
Yeah. So the proficiency rating then means whatever they are the profession of, when they do a D20 check for their profession, you can add that to their skill check. Right.
And a loyalist does not have that much connection. That makes sense.
Yeah. The
Makes
connection
sense.
rating is how well they're connected. So it's like basically how much you can use them as a fixer in the town, right? As in like, you know, they can introduce you to people and that kind of stuff, right? And the loyalty rating is like how they're likely to rat you out if shit goes sideways, right?
Yeah.
This makes sense.
Yeah.
This makes a lot of sense.
So we're executing the second contact.
It's just business. Go on.
It's just business, yeah.
Just biz, yeah.
Exactly.
Just biz.
It's one of my favorite things to do in Shadowrun, by the way. I flat out lifted this out of the Shadowrun rules
This
because
is so
Yeah,
cool. I
this
want
is
to
cool, yeah.
read through all of this. I'm gonna do that later. I'm not gonna do
Yeah.
that
Can
now. but I'm like,
can I
oh,
ask, are we going to get actual names and faces
yes,
for
I'm
our
about
contacts?
to roll that.
Okay, I definitely am doing that again for the. If we definitely do that again for the new harbor, I like that. I like that.
So, but I wanted
Yeah.
to give you first of all like the thing, right? The
Mhm.
proficiency and stuff like that.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
cool,
so we
they're
said,
all pretty proficient.
yeah, profession. I would say there would be working class or professionals, right? Let's pick it working class. Yeah, okay. Okay. I will give you a link. Who's taking notes again?
I'm
Yes.
doing on the contacts. Yeah.
Okay. So, contacts, middle class. So, I will give you the iteration of her name in German, mind you. Blah, 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 blah. Everything that you're gonna see on this, please translate it into Aasimar. And, you know, aka disregard anything that doesn't fit the setting, because I'm using a generator that cannot set my own setting, right? If that
Okay.
makes sense.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Okay. I have it. There you go.
Perfect.
That's the first one.
Mm-hmm.
She's a gravedigger. Great. Oh, nice. Okay. Just getting something that makes sense. Okay. The next one is translate the name. Okay, Ariella Lachenstahl. There you go. She's a peddler. What is it with all the females?
What type of contacts do we get so far? I'm back.
And the more social sex, so they tend to talk a lot more, which makes sense when carousing. All those stiff upper lips from men not talking.
So who did we get out? I heard Gravedigger and I had to leave.
Gravedigger and a Pendler.
Peddler.
Peddler.
Cool.
So far, and then there's one more. I believe.
Vera Mauser. There you go. They're all
Oh,
female.
what?
And
Vera
look at the
Mauser.
look at the guy that's leading the carousing. Come on.
Yeah.
Like married in a relationship. That's all fine. And a blacksmith.
Yes.
Ooh. Ooh.
And it's Asimar, by the way, not Dragonborn.
I
She's
figured.
the most loyal. Is that the last one, the 6?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
She's been followed around by animals. Like cats and dogs.
Nice.
Mostly dogs.
Real life Disney princess. Damn, that's cute.
Yeah.
Can she speak to them?
No. She just feeds them snacks constantly.
Okay, that's cute. I like that. No wonder she's friendly to us. Because Viera would like her.
I was going to say Viera would do conversations for her with the animals if she likes.
But yeah, she is actually a full-on acquaintance.
Cool.
That's probably where we spent most of our 50 gold then.
Yeah. If you're sharing this with Owl, would you mind sharing it in general chat as well? So we all have that available?
I mean,
Like the details
okay.
about them that we would know?
Yeah, I will.
can-
Again, I will copy it. It's fine.
Okay.
I want to point. No, fuck's sake.
Maybe we should just have a generic like Google document for shared contacts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can copy over what I
Okay.
have because I'm basically I'm putting the names.
How
and
about
then in
I
between
make
brackets
another
the
vault and make it a text panel contact vault? Because
Yeah.
I'm gonna add pictures to them.
That's awesome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah,
perfect because I
that-
basically just screenshotted the descriptions and just put them in my notes.
No. I will. Yeah, I will.
The lazy way of taking notes.
Yeah, I wanted like it was easy to just write it all over, but then there's like a full description, personality traits, all the
Mhm.
other stuff. It's like, oh,
a bit much.
It's good for all of us to have at hand in case we separately want to do something.
And please,
Yeah.
again, keep in mind they're all Asimar. Just you
Yeah.
know.
mhm.
All good.
And also not worshipping certain gods that don't exist.
Okay, that's awesome. She has a fucking mohawk, a purple mohawk. I love that.
I mean, our Dragonborn, our Asimar's at Blacksmith has a alignment tendency mostly towards evil,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
she's kind of generous.
I love
But she's
that.
the most
I love
loyal
that.
of the three of them.
Yeah,
So
exactly the kind of contact that I would want.
I'm also
I
gonna
love
put in
that.
brackets their stats. Right,
Cool.
they're 4, 5, 2.
Oh, okay. I would have a lot to relate with the blacksmith because she's also partially deaf. Yeah, I love that. Makes sense.
5.
You wouldn't have contact with the first one? My
Oh no, I'm
enabler
just
Tyler?
looking. I'm looking.
She has a
stuff
plot
up.
hook of a fountain of wild magic and cannot control it.
I'm also gonna mark
Okay.
them as middle class, by the way, so you know.
Okay, yeah, that's that's funny.
There we go.
heavily allergic to gnomes. I love that.
Oh, so it's Viera.
I'm not allergic to gnomes. What are you on about? I love gnomes.
There you go. And I will add pictures when I get to it.
Cool. Nice.
Do we regard the plot hook at the very end as
You ignore
real?
that. Well, if
Yeah.
it's something that sounds secret, ignore it. But I would say that Ariella met you while she was very drunk and challenged Cassius to a duel, and Cassius turned it into flirting and made her a contact.
Fucking challenge you to a duel to death.
I mean, kind of hot.
Okay, I love this. We have to do this again.
I do this with
Great.
my patrons all the time. Every Friday, they're populating entire cities for me. Like we
every
have entire
every session,
conspiracy-
I'm going to go carousing.
we have entire conspiracy plots where we have like a whole bunch of people that have been rolled up that are like part of some secret organization, and then on the other side, people who are like hunting down a secret organization. It's like we have an entire fucking story going on. Like with these NPCs, is great. Also, the guy who, by the way, fell from the sky after the storm was one of those NPCs.
I love that.
That
Oh,
was his
gosh.
plot hook. He fell from the sky.
Okay.
Do
Okay.
you know, like 3 minutes after that happened, I was like, fuck, I could have saved his life.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Vieira's still feeling guilty about that.
Aw.
Yikes.
No guilt. Didn't even know the guy.
Yeah. Could have saved his life, though.
But could you have fixed his shattered bones?
It wouldn't have needed to.
Ah, okay.
Could you have fixed his boring life?
I could have looked up, seen him falling, misty stepped to grab hold of him, and used a reaction to activate my feather of feather falling.
Oh.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, you would have
Your
had
what of
to.
what now?
You would have had to have the mental presence to react to that.
Mm.
So
You're-
she.
The problem is I heard the sound and didn't look up.
Yeah.
Sorry, your what of what now?
We
I've
got
got
the feather falling, yeah.
Since when?
We got given them by Destrian.
Destrian. We got them from Destrian.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And
still
not
got
rank,
mine.
it's a feather of feather falling.
It's a feather, that's what I said.
Yeah.
A feather of feather fall.
I was like, what?
It's a one-time use.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got one too, Cassius.
Yeah, you got one too.
Yeah, each one of us
Although-
got one.
Eh?
Although he doesn't have it
No.
anymore because it's not on his character sheet.
I
don't think
never.
he
no,
didn't
I don't.
actually get given one.
No, I
Oh,
don't.
yeah,
I,
yeah,
he
because
only
was not-
gave
yeah,
it to
yeah,
me and
yeah,
Samira.
yeah, because you
fuck
guys were
you,
going
fuck
into
you,
the
Cassius.
mountain.
Yeah.
Nice.
No! Fuck you too, new dad. No, I hate you too.
But no, they were going to the mountain. This is why they got it.
Yeah, exactly. I
Yeah,
was going
yeah.
to
I
say
know.
like you guys were going to the mountain.
No,
No.
Demon Daddy's already pulling favorites. That's canon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, you
No,
made him
Dad.
sad now. Oh, that's
Dad.
adorable.
I'm gonna send him a message.
That's all OOC
I'm go-
knowledge. You
I'm
don't
going-
know.
I'm going to call him right now.
Daddy, do you love me still?
Why don't you love me?
Oh, it's gonna be great. If you ever get sending, you can do drunk dials to Destrian.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That is a one-way ticket to end
Really
up
just
in the
crossed out one
abyss.
plan of mine.
It's one way to end up as a
Anyway.
quote unquote goat.
Anyway. Focus! God damn it.
No, you distracted me.
Yeah.
I'm sad now.
Focus.
I'm going to be grumpy.
Where were we?
So,
Okay, so you were
we got our three
carousing.
contacts.
Yeah, yeah.
The
Okay,
peddler,
that-
the blacksmith, and the gravedigger. Slightly concerned about that one.
Someone
I
has
would
to do
say
it,
you
sure.
got in late. Yes, because night of carousing, you don't go home at 8. When did you get home?
Viera doesn't mind.
Yeah, dude, I know that
Um,
Vieira doesn't mind, Chris.
It's going to be at least 3 hours, plus some. So I would just suggest we all roll a d6 and take an average of the number of hours.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah,
Alright.
good idea.
Hey.
6.
Oh.
Hey.
Hey.
Three hours.
So,
Okay.
so 3 hours
3
plus
hours.
3 hours.
So
So 6
you
hours in
got-
total.
Yeah, so 6 plus 6 is so you got home at midnight, basically.
So 6 a.m. is going to be a bit of a rough ride for you guys
Rip
tomorrow
sleep.
morning.
Let me just see. Oh, I would have slept tonight. Fuck you. No, it's wisdom saving throws are normal. Okay, fuck. I would have slept.
What?
Well, I mean, you are still going to sleep, just not
Enough.
Yeah.
You
Go.
guys are
2
going to sleep?
Constitution saving throws from Samira and Cassius, unless Viera lets him sleep.
Yeah, I'm good.
I mean, they're going to try and sleep, I would imagine.
Okay.
You guys are going to
6
sleep.
hours is better than nothing.
Cassius, nobody knocks at your door.
Abandoned twice in one day.
Who would knock at my door? What are you talking about?
I don't know.
The innkeeper delivering another pouch of money, obviously.
Also, by the way, in the meantime, Samira, your jewelry got delivered while you were gone. So it was
Ooh,
waiting for
nice.
you. Yeah,
Nice.
your stuff.
Well, she's not sleeping then. She's going to
your
spend
stuff-
all night
your
looking
stuff
at her
got
jewelry.
delivered. Yeah. So Cassius got
No,
a point of exhaustion.
I rolled the
No,
wisdom save,
wait,
so
no,
you know
it's
I
fine.
would
You're
have
fine.
slept.
You're fine.
It's a rare moment where I roll well on a wisdom save.
Yeah. Anyway,
So the one time I gotta stick to it.
the next morning,
Long rest.
yes, Viera, I assume you're gonna long rest in a way that you are way up before 6.
Oh god, yeah. We get back at midnight. She long rests and trances until 4 a.m.
1,
She's awake
2,
at 4.
3, 4. And I'm gonna add like 10 minutes just to get ready for sleepy time.
Sure.
Okay. You wake up at 4:15. What do you do?
Does Samira actually try and sleep last night? You did, didn't you?
Yep.
Okay. In your room, presumably.
Yep.
Okay.
That's
Just
what I
thought I'd
rolled
check.
for.
Just thought I'd check.
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm not going to do anything exciting. I'm going to get up at 4-ish and yeah, consume poison. Why not?
Not exciting at all.
Why the
Yeah.
fuck not?
Why not? And then she's just going to prepare spells, and then presumably the others will wake up at some point.
Well, are you gonna wake them up?
Well, if I can see it starting to get light, then she's
when
going to
it's
go
starting
next
to
door.
get
and-
light, it's already too late. You have to be at the breakfast
Well,
at 6
no,
a.m.
yeah, but it starts to get light like 15 minutes before actual dawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like dawn is 6 a.m. So it's getting light at like 5:30,
Yeah,
5:45. So
5:30. Yeah.
and breakfast was downstairs, wasn't it?
6, yeah.
So yeah, we got 15 minutes to go downstairs. That's plenty of time. She's just gonna kind of see it starting to get light and get up, and then knock on the doors. Samira's first.
Then knock louder.
No noise. No noise.
It's just gonna open the door.
Is it locked?
Not anymore. It's not.
What do you mean not anymore? It's not. Did you pick lock?
She doesn't have any tools for that, so she will.
Samira, is the door locked?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course.
Can I look through the keyhole and see the key in the keyhole?
Yeah. I guess.
Great. She's gonna wild shape into a spider under the door, unlock the door, open it.
And then slam it shut to wake her up, like.
Yeah, and then
Not gonna work.
close the door and slam, and see if it wakes her up. Obviously oblivious. So
Oh wow!
not oblivious.
Not bad.
But yeah,
Technically,
so-
only passive. I'm sorry, Lena. Like, can't
Technically, only
actively
passive.
perceive when you're sleeping.
so that's like what, a 4 with disadvantage?
With disadvantage is a 7.
Yeah, but the
But I-
slam door, with the door slamming, you would wake up. That's like way too obvious.
Okay, that's vibration. Okay, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's something that's happening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you jerk away.
So Good morning. Good morning. Get up. Get ready. I know it's early, but she'll be downstairs soon. So
Look, okay. Yeah.
up you go.
Okay.
And Viera will close the door behind her
And then go to Cassius.
loudly, so
What's
that
your
if Samira
passive
had
perception, Cassius?
With disadvantage
Yeah.
because I'm sleeping.
-5, yeah.
6.
Okay, you have to be a bit more brutal here.
You worse than me!
Oh, actually, no. Actually, it would cancel out. It's just 11 then.
Okay,
Right.
then the hammering at
'Cause
the
you're in
door
the
would
city.
wake you up, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
disappointed.
Yeah, she'll just knock at the door very loudly.
What?
Wake up.
Shit, it's time.
Yeah.
Fuck. And he's just like hear him quickly scrambling. I'll be right there.
And
Gonna fix my hair
in
10
as
minutes later.
quickly.
in the meantime, I forgot to mention, but we discussed it earlier. While we were out shopping, Vieira was going to look to buy just some mundane combs and brushes.
Yeah.
So she's going to have brushed her
Look
hair
up
in the
the
meantime.
list, deduct the money.
I will later, yeah. And then she's going to kind of pat her breath and then head downstairs and let the other two come down at their leisure whenever they're actually
Yeah,
finally awake.
Layla is in the same the table that you guys have
Same
had.
booth.
Yeah, same
Mhm.
booth. She's already there
Mhm.
with breakfast,
Mm-hmm.
looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed as usual.
Mm-hmm. Good
With
morning.
perfect
Yeah.
hair.
Mm.
Good morning. Yeah, where are the others?
Rousing.
Had
They'll
fun
be
last
here in a
night?
minute. We were out on the town, spending a little bit of coin, making a few contacts here and there.
Oh,
So
that's a good
like-
thing. That's a good thing. I commend that.
doing what we do best, making friends.
Not enemies. That's a new.
Well, you got to change it up sometimes, don't you? So, how are you doing?
It's been interesting.
It certainly has been an
Been
interesting few
frustrating.
days. Mm-hmm.
But we can get to that when the others are here. I don't want to repeat myself.
Of course.
Morning.
Hi.
Very rumpled looking. Samira
Oh,
comes down.
wow.
She's obviously
Hello,
dressed, but she's
sunshine.
rumpled. Morning. I figured I'd come
Here,
down now instead of
breakfast.
in 2 hours. Thank you. And just silently just eating.
Then Cassius comes strolling down, like beaming. Not so cultivated out of bed look. Definite out of bed look. Not intentional. This time.
Yeah.
And it's like, yo, what's up?
Hi.
Hi. Ooh, breakfast.
Yes.
Perfect. Nice.
Ugh.
Thank you.
So what you got for me?
Well, we got potential leads, but nothing really concrete.
We want to shoot ideas past
Um,
you to see what you think.
Yes,
all right.
we have a thought or an idea that the person we're looking for is at the Elven Embassy. Possibly.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Didn't spot anyone, so didn't get any information specifically, but just more that's our current, I think, most prevalent idea. Then we have a possible connection in a dress shop, and look at Vera, which we might want to talk to and see what they know a little bit, but I don't know if that's gonna lead to anything. They might not know anything.
It's a shot in the dark, I think, more than anything.
Definite shot in the dark. And we have information that a certain singer called the Oracle is performing soon, in a week's time, roughly. I don't know if you probably know her or them.
No, of her. at
No,
least.
of them. Yeah.
Heard. Yeah.
Also, like,
So-
Viera had an idea that we wanted to shoot by you to see if you thought it was,
Yeah.
good
Mhm.
idea or not.
Yeah, and I think
Um,
with the Oracle, it's like it's gonna be a very selective audience, and I'm not sure if it's gonna
It usually
like,
is, yes. But it,
pan out.
I mean, if you're curious about her, that's fine. You can try to get in, but limited use to
getting
us.
in.
Getting in
I
doesn't
think
even
is gonna
guarantee
be-
you that she will sing to you, so we don't know.
Yeah, no, of course. But it might be the kind of
It's like it's more likely I will get help from Avahara before I get help from the Oracle.
well, that's also an option.
Oh. Have you been
Oh,
colluding with the enemy? She grins.
that would imply she's the enemy.
In theory, yes, she is. But in a friendly way.
She
Although, to be
introduced me
fair, if
to-
this continues to be this shit, we might have to work together.
It sounds to me like the odds are stacked against anybody on their own anyway, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I mean, how hard can it be to find a pale white-haired dude elf from the Elven lands in this city full of Aasimar? You would think it would be easier, but apparently it isn't.
If nobody wants you to find them, it can be
He's-
very difficult to find someone.
He's good. He's good. Gotta give him that.
Whatever it is, he's either good or he has people around him who do a very good job at also concealing him, which I suspect might be partly the embassy. If he's got
If he's in the embassy, we can't
resources-
get to him. Forget it.
if he's got the resources of the embassy at his disposal, I'm
Stay
not
away
surprised
from
he's
that place.
unnoticed.
If they notice you
Yeah,
hanging around
we're
there,
not.
it's bad.
No, we were walking around the district. We didn't lurk or linger for too long. We found out where it was. Presumably, it's not a crime to find out where the Elven Embassy is. And I did have a legitimate question just to run past you.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I'm an outsider elf. I'm
Mhm.
aware of that fact.
Mm-hmm.
Is it beyond the scope of me approaching the embassy to say, hi, I'm an outsider elf? I'm aware of the fact that the Elven Society has a certain way of functioning. Can I find out a bit more about how I fit into this structure?
The question is if you want to draw attention to
society?
you being an outsider or not. Ultimately, I can't stop you. These are your people. If you want to be part of them, that is your prerogative. I just want to point out that it might not be
it's more-
beneficial for you to point into your own
Yeah.
direction.
I get that. It's more a question of, do you have any information of that being a bad idea or a good idea or neutral idea?
I don't know. Honestly.
Okay. Okay.
I don't have experience with outworlder elves reporting themselves to the Elven Embassy.
Yeah.
I
I
have
suspect
an experience
very
with
few people
things
do.
being rare and therefore coveted, and that not
Mhm.
always being a good thing. Sometimes it's a good thing, but it depends.
Yeah. We'll have a later discussion about that being sometimes a good thing. Other than that, I don't think I want to particularly draw attention to myself. It's an idea I thought I would float past you first before doing anything.
I had
so-
an idea. I heard of a contact in the meantime in the
Mhm.
harbor. So I think it's time we move away from the inner city because it's fucking useless.
Yeah.
You should try finding a person named Kayin. I
Who's
will
that?
type
Kayin.
it into chat so you know how it's spelled. I didn't roll. No, that was not on purpose.
Spelled as 6.
Yes, it's spelled 6, but pronounced Kayin. I don't know much about this Kayin, except that he's involved in some of the black market antiquities that come in through the secondary port. He's well connected and a black market dealer, obviously, associated with the Gorgons, which supposedly means that he's trustworthy. If you find him, show him Samuel's portrait. If Samuel is looking for ancient artifacts, he may have spoken to Kayin. It's worth at least a shot.
is Kayan likely to be an informant of Samuel's in case someone does come looking for him?
I sincerely doubt it. Because he's an orc.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Do those racial tensions still pervade here as well? Orcs versus elves, kind of?
I don't know what you mean, but the orcs used to be a race that was enslaved to the elves in the old lands.
Okay. AKA, should I not be there when this conversation is happening?
I
Because
have
I'm an
something
elf?
for you that might mitigate that.
I'm curious.
For you specifically, you should be the one saying that when you enter his place, you should greet him with the light of God shines upon you, and touch the corner of your eye with the tip of, like, the corner of your left eye, the outside, with the tip of the left middle finger.
And this means...
It is a greeting. He should be answering it is good to be seen, and do the same thing with his right middle finger at his right eye.
The light of God shines upon you.
The light of God shines upon you. The finger is very important.
Is it important that it comes from an elf?
Yes. It is
What
important.
does it mean exactly?
It's a greeting.
Hmm?
That's what it means. It will make him more amendable.
If he reacts unfavorably and the information you got is wrong, then...
The information I
Run?
got is not wrong.
Okay.
Because you're an elf looking for an elf. With that greeting, it should be fine.
Okay.
In general, I don't know about this person specifically, but would they like being talked to in their own language?
Do you know their own language?
Back where I come from, I do.
I'm not
haven't tried it.
Okay, you have to
Here.
explain to me what orcs are in your world, because I'm not sure. Like, there's some overlaps, obviously, but I'm always wary to confirm or deny something.
I mean, what they are, like, it's been described as marauders, but at least where I come from, they kicked out the old order of priests, mages of a certain nasty piece of work god, and they generally made the city a lot more, well, at least prosperous. So I mean, Viera doesn't have good experiences with them. But for me, especially half-orcs, it's commonly fine. I mean,
What
they're
do they
just
look like?
people.
Green skin, pointy
Green,
teeth, pointy
grays
ears.
Oh,
sometimes.
no. That's not what orcs look like here. Orcs used to be a subclass of, what do they call them? The crafter elves, the Tradkes. But they were specifically bred to be more sturdy and heavier and stockier, and they were bred slaves in the past. And they rose up and rebelled and fought for their freedom. So this is why they don't like Elvenkind too particularly much.
Right, they got nothing against me then.
Well, I just want to point out that sometimes some of them react unfavorably at the mere sight, but that also might be a benefit in this case, because if Samuel has shown his face anywhere close to Kayin, he might be more likely to rat him out, especially with this greeting, especially if it comes from you.
But Samuel would also know that he's less likely to react favorably towards him because of that past.
Yeah, but maybe he has heard things. He's well connected. He's connected to the Gorgons, so he might know something. At least he might be able to point you in the right direction. I don't want to show my face there. So, good luck.
Any particular reason? You've had bad reactions in the past? Or...
I am known in the harbor. I don't want to be associated with somebody looking for Samriel and my face at the same time. That would be preferable.
Okay. And should we just straight up go for the information to Kayin, or what kind of black market dealer is it? Should we do something? Yeah.
He deals in all kinds of things, but predominantly black market antiquities.
Antiquities, okay.
That's beneath the counter. Officially, he's an antiquity store. and all sorts, bibs and bobs and things.
Is it worth asking him about something like the Brindanos map? Because he may.
Yes,
I assume
absolutely.
That would be a below the counter conversation, I'm assuming.
That would absolutely, like I said, if Serma was looking for things because he found this information somehow. So somebody will know something.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just don't be dicks. Like, don't insult anyone in the harbor. Don't mention my name.
Good to know. Mm-hmm.
You're your own people working for yourself.
Sure.
Okay.
You mentioned that there was a certain magical store in the Harbour District that you would write down for me as well. Given that we're heading that way, is that
Yes,
something we
there's a
could...
few of them. You have the
Oh,
amulet.
you had a specific contact. Yeah.
Yes. Do you have the amulet market? It's actually called that.
Okay.
But you also have various other things like the Leventis store. You have the do.
Okay.
What?
The do.
Was someone just singing a song when they made their shop?
No, it's a different language. It's an arms dealer. Beneath
Ah,
the
okay.
Weapons
count.
dealer,
Yes.
I assume.
It
Okay.
looks like adventuring gear, hunting gear at first and fishing gear, but beneath the counter he packs some interesting things.
Okay, I think we can look for the dagger there to sell maybe that.
That's
Mhm.
if you just want to sell magical items that are lethal, yes, that's a place to do that.
Yeah, that's a good place to go.
It's run by Oja.
Oja.
It's a snake person.
Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay. Where can we find Karen? Is there a specific shop he's in? The
Not
antiquities
Karen.
shop?
Kayan.
Okay, and
Kayan.
I mean, I
Don't call it
assume
Karen.
the antiquities shop that he runs.
Mm.
Just ask around for Kayan. Like antiquities. Kayan antiquities, people will point you his way. He's running a
Okay.
legit business, officially above, as
Yeah,
all
that's fine.
businesses here, they all have a legitimate permits.
Yeah, of course they do. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. I
Yeah.
was just wondering where we can find him.
Especially if you go looking like this, like you're looking like, Prissy Nobles, that's fine. Then they will think that you're looking for some rarity.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And probably think that we have some money to spend too.
Vera, you said you talked to Ava.
Yes.
Yeah, next time you see her, let her know to tell Bertram that I want to talk to him.
I will do my... I mean, I can just ask Samira to send him a message.
She's more favorably inclined to you, I think.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I can ask you to send a message to Bertram and say, hey, Layla's looking for you. Because you've seen him on the ship, so you know of him.
Yeah. But Layla would have asked me that if she wanted me to do that.
You can go for it.
Honestly,
I'd
if we're
prefer
go-
it if you actually ask Ava and have Ava handle that. I want to keep some of my pride. Thank you very much.
if we're going by the harbor anyway, like you can
Okay.
drop in where they are, right, Vera?
Yeah, I
You
can
can
drop
just-
by the dragon and the toad, yeah.
Mm. Yeah, I mean,
In case you didn't know, Layla, that's where they're staying. So
Oh, I know where they're staying.
yeah,
I'm
I
just not gonna
fully
go there.
imagined you
It's like,
did.
I have no intention walking in there and being like, "Hey, Bertram, I need your help," because he is never gonna let me live that down.
Sure, but
Please
you could
try
word
to-
it in a way of like, hey, like I'm gonna allow you to help me.
I mean, I assume that Ava approached you because she never does one thing, so try to twist it like you're doing them a favor. That would be most welcome.
Sure.
Again, I'll never live that down, ever.
I'm not really the spy type, but I'll do my best.
Thank you. I appreciate that. You have a little something waiting in your rooms when we finish breakfast.
Huh?
And
Okay.
an empty bedpan, I hope.
Yes, exactly. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
Please
Yes.
don't get yourselves killed.
Well, we are
That's always
taking
the goal.
utmost caution
I'll
with this
do-
particular.
I'll
job
refrain from that goal
especially.
for now.
Hopefully, yes.
All right.
Well,
I gotta
if you
go.
do go and get yourself killed, that's
She-
something I
she
can
picks
sort
up,
out temporarily.
basically, passes his football, finishes it, puts it down, and is like, "See you in the morning."
All right.
Later.
Okay, guys.
Alright.
Bye.
Okay.
Bye.
Wow.
Something we do need to sort out, and perhaps this is something we sort out in the old harbour while we go. It would be worth getting a diamond worth half the value of the diamond we have.
Oh, would it? Should we just get that diamond in exchange for that?
We just like get 2 diamonds
No.
that are
I
both
would-
half.
We could, but it would be better to keep the diamond we have, I think, in reserve and swap one of the other gems that's worth the same as the diamond for 2 smaller diamonds.
Okay.
The smaller diamonds I can use right now. The bigger diamond comes later.
Okay, so what? Half of that price?
Yeah, so we've got, I think we have 9 gemstones worth 1,000. One of them's a diamond.
Mm-hmm.
We need to swap one of the other gemstones for 2 500 gold piece diamonds.
Yeah, we got a couple. I got a couple. Yeah, we can do that.
So, and the harbour seems like the best place to do it. We might have to pay a tiny bit to swap them, but
Mhm.
if we play our cards right, maybe we can just straight swap them. Maybe someone's looking specifically for one of the kind of gems we do have.
Yeah. We can always try it, and if we have to pay a little bit more extra or make another trade with them, that's
Mhm.
completely fine.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would say is we probably need to get like a little pouch to keep them in, and we store that in the shared pocket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those take almost no space up, so it's we can keep them there.
Yeah. It's just a case of if one of you does get into a very dead situation,
Good to plan ahead. Yeah.
then at least if we have those, then I can bring you back within a very short amount of time after you die. So
Yeah.
rather have
Alright.
it and not need it than need it and not have it.
All right. Let's wanna just go up to one of our rooms to
Mm-hmm.
get ready and.
Yep. So we're doing Harbour District today.
I
Yeah,
guess
so
so.
yeah.
That's our best lead.
Uh-huh.
Yep. In that case, grab your stuff. I'll meet you guys downstairs in 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, or less. I mean, I'm gonna take like 2 patrol.
Fine.
15
minutes.
minutes later. Yeah.
What do you need time for? Crikey.
Yeah. You
Vieira's
converge 15 minutes later.
downstairs.
Yeah.
Sitting in the breakfast booth where they were at.
Brock wants to sleep, by the way, for the day, if you don't mind.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah.
You can stay in the room and sleep. What was waiting for us in our rooms?
For Vieira, 400 gold. For Samira, 200 gold. For Cassius, an empty pouch with a note.
What does the note say? Tell me. Tell me. Give me. Grab the hands.
Since I'm already dressed, all my time was spent to putting on the dark wig. Since I do not want to go into the new harbor, apparently dressed like a rich antiquity seeking person, and then come back the next few days for something else, like more lowbrow.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm putting up my high society and my low society me.
Yeah.
I always look at high society. Let's go.
I was like, grab your hands.
Yeah.
Yip.
Yep.
So once these two eventually show up,
Yeah.
Probably like 15 minutes, not 10 minutes.
yeah,
I counted
like
15 minutes, yeah.
Get up and get ready to go. Dressed to impress.
Are you going on foot? Are you taking a coach?
Not walking across the city in our dresses. That would be nuts.
So you're gonna wait another 15 minutes until coach is ready.
Viera, knowing them, would take 15 minutes, has ordered a coach already.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Then you get driven
Efficiency.
10 minutes and then dropped off at the edge where like the coach cannot go for the market, right? You get to
So
the chickens.
another 3 silvers basically
Yeah.
to the chickens.
Yeah.
That's fine, I'll pay that.
The market is bustling even more, right? You've seen the end tail of it last night. Right, it's a throng of people, so you have to it's not unusual that nobles go here on foot and kind of go through the crowd, right? So you are not standing out, by the way.
Okay.
It is even more colorful, right? And it's amazing. It's just these different things and smells, and it's just cool. I don't know how to describe it. Like, already described it. Like, it's very colorful.
Is it like a bustling Mediterranean marketplace?
It's like, imagine Istanbul, right?
Yeah,
One
Istanbul
of those
market,
yeah.
street market,
Street market,
essentially.
yeah, just not
With
dusty.
the canopies in between the buildings.
Yeah, and it's not
all that
dusty.
kind
You
of
don't
stuff.
have any of the dust. Like, it's one of
Are there 11 rug shops?
Yes,
Of course.
of course. Yeah.
Seems fitting. Are any of them rugs of suffocating?
You don't know, but you can do. Who is leading the investigation check to find Cayenne's place?
Oh, it's a city
I'm
matter.
helping whoever is doing it.
It's a city matter. I'm leaving it to these two, definitely.
Okay, then I guess somebody's helping Cassius.
I'm helping him,
Samira's helping.
Investigation or persuasion?
You can choose either way.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you are being basically straight pointed at the Leventis store, and once you actually get there, which is kind of like midway through this like alley, right? Basically like here is the entrance. You realize that the Leventis store is actually not a store; it's a market within a market in a bigger house. So basically, you go through an entrance area into the back. And it's like basically a roofed over marketplace with like stalls and stores within it, right? And also, all kinds of things in there, bibs and bobs, from clothing to rugs. Of course, you have more rugs. A bit more expensive looking, right? Not as fancy as the fancy stores, right? But for these circumstances, expensive looking, right? And lots of like interesting fabric and spices and stuff like that. And yeah, tucked into a back corner, you will then find Cayenne's Antiquities. And already outside, you have, vases and interesting furniture pieces, like you would imagine an antiquity store to look like, right? Of course, because it's an antiquity store, there isn't that many people in and around it because people don't buy furniture all the freaking time, right? So yeah, you have like a couple of people coming out as you like approach it, but it looks mostly like empty, right? It's one of those stores where like people come in occasionally, but not all the time.
Yeah, and he needs 5 sales a month
to
keep it going. So.
Going in there, it gives you like a slight impression of Vies's store, but it's predominantly furniture and vases and paintings and, right.
Is it the kind of place you would go to furnish a house once it's got the basic furnishings to like make it
easily. He
a
has
little bit more
anything from
lavish.
couches to like small, like I don't
Okay.
know, sugar boxes, right? It's like again, it's like you would imagine an antiquity store.
Yeah, it's got everything in it.
Yeah. So, and behind the counter, where when you come in, he immediately like brightens up because more customers, and he's like very, he's like a shortish man, where you can see that he used to be maybe sometime in the past a bit more muscular, because now he's like towards later middle age, right? He's about 5'10", right? He has the lower jaw tusks that you would expect from an orc, but he has gray skin and red eyes, and he has the pointy ears, right? But no, that's not what the orc looks like, Viera.
No, it's a half orc, half drow, which is even worse.
Yeah.
As far as she's concerned. But yeah.
But he's fancy dressed in robes that have stitching, he has gold earrings, gold rings, bracelets, and goes, welcome to Kainsim Antiquities. How can I help you? And then he like gets a bit more serious as he sees the elf coming in.
Oh yeah. And she will use her middle finger and touch it to the left corner of her eye and say, the light of God shines upon you.
He nods and then lifts the tip of his right middle finger, and it is good to be seen, and at the corner of his right eye. And he has this like shift of like giving you a more profounder look over all three of you. It's like, come in. Would you like some tea? It is a hot day.
Tea would be delicious.
That would be lovely, thank you.
That would be perfect.
You look like clientele of good taste, and I take it you have come to Kayen's place for the good things. And he like ushers you basically to the back, and then around the counter to a back. It's not a back room; it's a back section where you have like a table with chairs, and he like bids you down to sit, and he starts preparing the tea.
Yes.
It's really a lovely store, Kane. Really nice. We've heard only good things about it, and not
really? Do
disappointed.
tell. What have you heard?
Did you sell only the finest wares? And took a look around, and it's beautiful. Beautiful.
Yes, exactly. We've heard that if we were looking for someone who specializes in interesting antiquities, we should come to you.
Well, there I am, your orc, at your disposal. So, what can I help you with? And he like pours tea into these like glasses. Has any one of you ever seen Turkish tea?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, so in those glasses, like, the small glass containers, right? It's like reddish. It's very bitter, by the way.
Yeah, it's okay. Vera's already eating poison. It can't be worse than that.
Yeah, and he will also put a bowl of what effectively is Turkish delight.
Oh, God, you make me hungry.
Samira is in heaven.
Yeah, you're hating me, I know.
Yeah, only small sips of the tea, since she's not really much for bitter, but the Turkish delights. Yes.
Let me show you just
to make
Do
you
you
more
have
hungry.
to show us?
Alright.
Yes, I have.
Yeah. We've got to rush everything else, but when it comes to showing you a little snippet of food, we can take all the
Exactly.
time.
There you
you
go.
know.
Priorities. God. Yeah.
Damn it!
Yep. Rip.
It's frustrating. I haven't had Turkish delights in years.
Yep.
It's the vanilla kind, by the way.
Nom nom.
Yeah.
Very good.
So we're looking for some information first, I think.
Yeah, primarily.
Um,
but always interested in looking at interesting things as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're looking for an associate or associate. It's too much of a word. I think an acquaintance that is also interested in the kind of things that you sell here.
I see. Mm-hmm.
He is tall, silverly hair. Actually, I look to Samira. Do we have the portrait of him?
Yes, here we go.
Perfect.
And
Oh,
I
a portrait!
show.
How exciting! He claps his hands together, and the rings and bracelets like clink clank, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's a bit of a, I think, call it a business rival for a specific object that we are looking for.
Yes.
So you hand the picture over.
And I
right?
yes, and show him
Exactly.
the portrait.
He looks at it, looks at Viera, and beneath his eyes, and then again at the portrait. I have not seen the man, but do tell, what are you looking for?
Well, we had a special interest into, I'm sure you would know, the Brendanas map.
Mhm.
And we've heard
He raises a
words-
hand, like a finger, puts the finger to his lips, and like gets up, sweeping robes, gets to the door, closes it, and turns the sign over to closed,
Mm-hmm.
and then gets back, spreads his robes to sit down. It's one of those, like, by the way, chairs that have no leaning. It's just the roundish chair with a soft
the
cushion on top.
Ottomans, yeah.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah.
Ottomans. It has leggies, but it has a cushion on top, right?
Yeah, it's just a round stool.
And
effectively.
basically, the way he sits is like, because he has these like really wide robes, he sits down wide-legged and then leans his hands onto his knees, right? Like his elbows are like outward, so he like gets a bit of the bulk back that way, right? You can see that
Mhm.
this is the posture of a man who used to be way more muscular and has therefore adopted a certain way of sitting, right? Although he's not in his prime anymore.
Mhm.
No need to specify, but as you said, you're looking for interesting artifacts, the real deal.
Yes.
Well, and this elf friend of yours is interested in interesting artifacts too.
I wouldn't say.
Like I said,
Friend.
business rival. He's
Yeah.
looking after the
Not,
same.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, this
if-
friend, yes.
If he is, there is talk about a lot of people being in town. The Gorgons are staging a big auction in 1.5 weeks, at the end of next week. It is supposed to be a big deal. Lots of artifacts and antiquities. Some of the biggest players are in town for it. I've heard, and this is rumor, there's a group of elves in town for it too. Called all the way here from the Elven lands, so they say. But can you imagine? Anyway, perhaps your man is with them. But I just so happen to have a few connections at the Gorgon's place. I could arrange introduction for price, of course.
Of course.
That would be perfect. Yes.
Very well. What are you willing to depart with?
Well, we have, of course, gold for offer. We are in a possession of several gemstones as well that we could part with.
Yeah, he kind of like waves the gemstones off, like not interested.
I mean, in terms
To
of
have
regular
interesting items, information, and something interesting.
gold.
Gold
What
is
kind of-
fine, gold is good, platinum is better, but interesting things are more interesting.
What kind of information would you find interesting?
Well, I just provided you with interesting information, something equally interesting to me that I could share.
Something about antiquities.
Perhaps.
Specifically, or Um, Trying to recall anything that would be of interest personally,
Yes.
but
Could we maybe out of character don't remember anything? Could we in character roll if we remember anything? It would be of interest. Because
I mean,
I can't really
the
think of
oracle
anything.
thing
Right
is an interesting information, right?
Okay.
the oracle is definitely interesting. Viera will also share that the name of the elf that they're tracing is unusual in the respect that he is a man, but it's a female's name. And that as far as Elven goes, his name also is an oddity because it doesn't conform with anything that a normal Elven name
Well,
should.
do tell
or
what is
could.
his name then.
The name that we have been told, at least, is Samuel Lockwood.
Samriel.
Samriel Lockwood, that's right. I keep getting that wrong. Keep thinking it's Samuel Jackson.
Is that Samriel associated with one of the known organizations?
As far as I know, he's a mender.
A certain branch.
We
of
have a
them.
mender in the town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not also the not so friendly branch.
They don't leave the Elven lands too often. That is indeed a very interesting information. So he's hunting down interesting artifacts.
And we would see that intervened and him prevented.
I don't
from
care
getting
about that.
sins on it.
That is not my business. I do not participate in intervention.
No, just information.
All right, I will tell you what. End of this week, there will be a sing at the Gorgon's Palace, where they present what they plan on auctioning off. It is to draw in potential buyers to see, so they can see what they will bid for. I can arrange that you are among the esteemed guests who get to take a look. If this friend, you can hear the quotation marks in his voice, by the way, of yours does show his elven face, do tell me afterwards what he
Of course.
pays particular attention. I would also like to know who else you've seen there.
Is there anyone specific you're looking for? Or...
It is a good business to know who the buyers are.
And
Because
what they're interested
sometimes, in what they're interested in, because sometimes deals can be made. But that is not new to you. Try to get as many names, faces, interests. Provide me with that. And 100 platinum, and the invitation is yours.
Samira, I believe you have the purse strings.
We could also add in a little bit more information. I don't know if it's related, but have you heard that the Oracle is performing at the end of this week as well?
I have not heard.
We
What a
haven't...
coincidence.
Is there such a thing as coincidences?
In my experience, no, there isn't. Well, then you're in for a treat, and it will cost you 150 platinum. Trust me, if the Oracle performs at that party, you got in there cheap.
Yeah.
If she does
Sounds good to me.
perform, I want to know who she sang to and what she sang.
Sounds good.
Excellent. The rest is on you. I cannot guarantee that you can get into the auction. That is your part. This is how far I can extend myself.
Of course. And we are grateful for it.
The Gorgons are very picky about who they let in certain events.
Of course.
Yes, understandable. Definitely.
Very well. Do make sure you are dressed appropriately, and the way he waves at you means what you're currently wearing is not appropriate.
Yeah.
Would you mind sharing the dress code then, if you know?
Well, noble, evening, extravagant.
Upper class extravagant.
There are shops for that
Masks?
in the.
Do they do masks generally to hide
Well,
identities at
it
these
is
events?
not a masked kind of event. It is a private
Okay.
event that is enough. I would recommend you go to the dressers in the inner city and get something non-magical,
Mhm.
as I know the security measures. But yes, make it a looker. Make it worth it. Make it look like you have money, which you do, obviously. Of
Oh.
course.
Good thing I have my dress being made as we speak.
Perfect.
Can I help you with anything else? I hope you enjoy the tea and my sweets.
The sweets especially. The tea's a little bitter for me.
The
Not
tea
something
is
I'm used to.
really nice. Really good.
Excellent. I do hope the light is pleased, and we shall all revel. And he folds his hands together and smiles at the air.
Mhm.
You have no idea
Cheers.
what that means.
No, but can I insight check him to see if he's expecting a response or if he's just expecting me to nod, kind of accepting?
He's just insight check. Roll me insight check.
This is where I fail miserably.
Well, I mean, your passive is 17. I'm gonna take it as a bare minimum, but I want to see if.
Sorry.
So basically, he's giving you the expectations that he's just reading you to see if you are pleased, right?
Shouldn't have been with advantage, so it's only a 22.
Okay,
Just
still,
so you know.
he's reading you to see if you're pleased, right?
Yeah.
He's not expecting a response back.
Okay.
He just wants to
and-
see if he has done well for some reason.
Yes. She'll give him kind of a bit of an encouraging smile and nod at that point.
He is he then puts his hands back on his knees, with the wide shouldered, elbows,
Mhm.
and looks very self-led.
Do I
Excellent.
fork over 150 platinum?
Yes. No.
Okay, good to know. So I can. Okay, group funds are getting low, buddies.
No kidding. Yeah.
You got him,
As-
show him.
After he
You've still got gems.
after he puts the money away, he will open the shop again and then loudly proclaim as he escorts you out, "I will send the vases to your inn." He
Perfect.
has
Thank you so
taken.
much.
He has taken, by the way, where you live for that reason before he escorts you out. But he makes sure that people hear it outside.
Mhm.
You will later in the day get delivered a whole bunch of antique vases that are not even
Nice.
remotely worth that money.
Yes.
Nice.
Excellent.
To know
I'll
an
have you.
exact list
And
of
if you
pictures
inspect
and
them,
everything.
Cassius, they look like counterfeit, like copies. Right. So yeah, because on the inside you see that they're not quite the quality that they seem to be on the outside.
Yeah,
right?
and
yeah.
like
Yeah,
not an official stamp and everything.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Nice.
okay. Yeah, but I think we were planning to at least stop at a do before we left back.
No, we were planning on stopping at a few more places just
Yeah.
yet.
Do-do-do-do.
At the
The
doo
tattoo shop.
We're going to the do shop. Yep.
do.
Yeah.
Maybe I should copy to you how it's spelled, so you realize that
Sure.
you're really insulting me.
Now
right
it's gonna be the do-do-do-do-do.
Yeah.
So-
Now it's just the do shop,
It's
or maybe
spelled-
it's the well-to-do shop.
it's spelled
Do
this
to do.
way.
Oh, okay,
Do-do.
okay.
Do.
Okay. Do.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
do-do-do.
All right. So the
Tongue
do,
twister on you.
and I also want to set a fucking order for a dress to be made now, because that's gonna take a time.
Yep. Same.
And it needs to be within a week.
Yes.
Rush orders. Here we go.
So, well, not custom. If you
So-
just buy something
Yeah.
off the shelf, you'll be fine.
Summarize:
exactly.
the Amulet Market is
Mhm.
a renowned Amulet Market is a place to go for magical charms, potion services, right?
Yes.
They're displayed on tarps on the open air part of the market, right?
Mhm.
The more valuable things are within the store. And there's multiple crafters working in the same store, basically.
Vieira's just gonna note where they are.
Yeah.
For now. She's not actually gonna go in and buy that thing. So.
And the Dudu looks at first glance like, oh my god, this is the biggest store of fishing and hunting supplies that you have ever seen in your fucking life.
We're getting rid of those fucking bows finally.
Yeah.
We've only been dragging them halfway across the world to sell them.
Cassius, did you ever ask Korea about the symbols? I assume you did.
Yeah, you gave me a nice list.
I gave you a nice list, yes.
Yeah.
So basically, you will find a triangle symbol at the door.
Mhm.
And by the way, in this place, like along the entire market, you have seen several places, including Cayenne store, that have markings. Very subtle, right? But it's everywhere, right? So let me check what I wrote down for this one specifically. So it's a triangle for sure.
Mhm.
It's where is it? So you have the symbol for can't be bribed. Underneath
Can or can't?
Can't.
Can't.
It's the
Okay.
stricken rule. Yeah. You have the triangle with the 3 lines from top to bottom for it being secure. Yeah. You have the symbol for you're being watched. And where is the symbol for like supplies? Fuck's sake. Can't find it. It's amazing.
I'm trying to look as well. But for supplies, you said?
Yes.
Mm.
Let's say it's the fighting war symbol, right? The free, like, next to the tomb crypt.
I don't know why the resolution is so, like, shifting.
You can open it up in new window.
Yeah, like I did, but it was
Okay.
it was better before. I could read the text, and now it's just like low quality.
Really? I can read it normal.
Yeah, for me it's like really. Nah, that's fine. But just for supplies. then-
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna note that down. I'm gonna.
But specifically weapons. This is why I said it's the fighting war symbol, right?
Yeah.
Presumably Vieira notices symbols.
It's the free, like, like arrows basically downwards, and next to it the first circles, that means gold money, right? AKA paid gear for
Ah, okay.
fighting.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
I see those.
Yeah, Vieira would notice them, but she wouldn't know what they mean.
No, but she's going to point out to Cassius, oh, hey, more symbols.
Yes.
Cass will slap her on the hand. Shh.
Watch your moves and what you say.
Mm-hmm.
Don't try to pay anyone extra for something. That's it.
Why on earth would we do that?
Just don't try it.
Mhm.
After you. Hold open the door.
And Creo did give you a few basic hand signals when you were like interested in underhanded trade. What to flash in hand signals in Thieves' Cant to basically, let them know that you're interested in the beneath the counter trading.
Mhm.
There you go. You can use Thieves' Cant. You're
Perfect.
welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, open the door for the two of them.
Mm-hmm.
And follow them in.
Mm-hmm. Gonna let you do the talking, obviously.
Yeah. Walk over to the counter. What does a snake person look like? Because I haven't seen one. I think.
Well, he's a bit of a slippery fellow.
Wow, wow. I mean, I was gonna make a conspiracy theory joke, but we already bet the lizard people, so.
So, interestingly enough, they look it's subtle, right? They don't have full on like a snake head. What they have is along the sides of the face is scales, right? And they have snake eyes. And when they speak, they have a lisp because they have a forked tongue, a longish forked tongue. And when they speak, they have smallish, kinda pointy teeth. It look more like shark teeth than normal teeth. And there's a bunch of them, right? So I didn't plan on RPing this, but basically this is the place where you can trade stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
We don't have to RP it out, but I'll basically go up to the counter, make slight conversation about hunting supplies, and then I'm gonna flash him the sign of under the counter business.
Yeah. And then basically what follows is an underhanded exchange of like double talk, right? Basically what you get, because you're used to that kind of things of like it's a different kind of double talk, and you see that they realize that you don't know the exact things, but you know enough, so they kind of put effort into trying to understand and making you understand what they're trying to say, right?
Mm-hmm.
But eventually you figure it out.
Nice. So yeah, I think everyone's gonna want to sell some weapons.
Yeah, longbows, I think, for sure, and the dagger, I know.
Okay, so let me just check. Selling.
You can also sell the short bow.
Okay.
Roll me a persuasion check, plus.
Alright. Alright. Where's my character sheet? There it is.
Decent.
Okay. Let me see. Sorry, just checking what I need to. Okay, roll me a D100 too, please.
D100.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
$91.
Mm-hmm.
They offer you half the price of the Venom of Dagger from the same magical prices.
Which
Listen.
is?
Venom. It's 1,250.
Is that the half price?
Yes.
1,250? Are we going with that?
Just kind of shrug, just like, yeah, sure. I mean,
You're not going to sell it anywhere else, so
1,250, good. Let me just add that to our stuff.
mm-hmm.
Are we getting it in gold or platinum?
You get it in platinum.
Thank you.
You can sell the rest of the gear also for half price.
Do you have the prices, Lena?
I'm currently doing math, so please tell me.
Okay. So, the normal cost
Mhm.
for a short bow is 25, so we're getting half of that, so that's 12.5 gold.
12.5.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, if it's point something, just round it down.
So
So
12 gold.
Yeah.
12 gold for the and yeah. For
That's for the short bow. Yep. For the long bow, we get 25. This is
Okay,
50 normal
25.
price. 25. I think we have 2, right?
50 normal price. Okay, yeah. If Viera selling her extra longbow, yeah.
Yeah, I'm selling everything that isn't the Sorrowwood bow. But keep in mind they are peace bonded.
Plus 50.
Does it matter that they're peace bonded? Shini?
Nope.
No.
You also have the Wind Thief longbow. Is that also gonna be sold or?
Yep.
Okay, so that's another 15.
50.
50?
It's 25.
Just give her
Is
the half
the
price.
price we're getting. Yeah, that's 25 we're getting. So it's 25 per longbow.
Okay.
It was
so
12 for the short
12
bow.
and 3, 25. Okay.
And 25 for the longbow. That we're getting.
Are your short swords gonna be sold or no?
The silver short sword I'm keeping. One of the other short swords I'm selling. Yes.
One of them is gonna be sold. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so half price of a short sword, please.
Yeah, sorry.
Not very much at all. I've got the shopping thing open. Short sword is 5 gold halved. So
Okay.
you get 5.
Still something. Still something. Okay. Something else? Was that it?
Yeah, that's it. I'm keeping the rapier for now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it for weapons for me too. Right. That's 92 gold. Okay, adding it to the group fund.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
And the dagger money you added to the group fund as well, I presume? Or did you?
Yes, I did it. Yeah. Okay, let me do.
Yeah.
92.
Levana is complaining once again. Every time I look at her, she meows.
Okay. Thank you. That's that then.
Do they buy poison here? Just out of curiosity.
That's not the kind of store.
Didn't think so.
He will send you to the amulet store for that.
Okay.
Because they make potions and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, alright.
Are we
Ready?
selling anything else while we're here?
Not at the weapon shop, I think.
No, not here. Nope.
Okay.
Thank them for their business and make our leave.
Well, before we leave, what kind of stuff do they sell here? Everything that's weaponry, basically.
Under the counter. Otherwise, they're selling fishing supplies and hunting supplies.
But hunting supplies must include stuff like bows and arrows.
Yes, but it looks like hunting stuff, right? Like, you know, you have harpoons and stuff and fishing rods and, you know, and it doesn't, it's base quality. Like at first glance, yeah, it has everything. It has a lot of it, but it looks all very mundane.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
You have like traps and lures and, you know.
Yeah, that's fine. Just figuring out what it was they were actually selling. That's fine.
All right. Are we stopping by the 212? I think at Chadin or something is her name.
Well, you wanted to, so
Yeah,
yes.
can take a look.
Shady with Red Trin. Something like that.
Yeah, you
It
know
might
the
have-
name.
Vera,
Yeah.
we might also want to take a look if we can the workshop we were talking about. If we can already see if anything is available. Don't need to do now. I don't think we have time,
Mhm.
but just see what they have, what the options are.
For the alchemical workshop, you mean?
Yeah.
We can do, honestly, put that on a back burner for
Okay.
now.
Yeah, sure.
Mm.
I mean, since we're here, but
Yeah. I have some ideas about that.
Yeah, I think to keep things going faster right now, unless there's
The
specific
elf
you want.
that does the
Mhm.
the
Magical
tattoo.
tattoos.
Viera, this will be interesting for you because her name,
Mhm.
she is a third generation Malavane, aka she doesn't introduce herself as Malavane because she has no connection to the Elven lands whatsoever.
Yeah.
But yeah, she does magical tattoos as per price list on the sheet on the document.
Mm-hmm.
So you can.
What document?
It's the same document.
the
shop
shop,
campaign.
very
and then
far
has
down.
and it has all the information in another link.
Yeah.
Price is
Because I'm
expensive. Which category?
Expensive.
Okay, expensive. Okay, I think during that chat, I'll just tell her my ideas and maybe make an appointment for in a couple days.
Okay. You can make an appointment throughout the next several days whenever you feel like it, because
Awesome.
it's she doesn't they're expensive, but they don't do them that often, right?
Yeah. I'll make an appointment then for in 2 days' time on the 6th.
Mm-hmm.
I'll message you with an appointment later because I want to take a look at all the options.
I got like all two of mine, but I'm planning to make it on the same day if that happens. It's okay.
Can you have as many tattoos as you want?
You have a certain limit.
Yeah.
I think it's
Party
like
places have limits, yeah.
one large. Oh no, what?
Yeah.
No, that's new item. Sorry. Yeah, there
Like
is.
your placement has limits. Like your bag, I think, can fit one large or two medium, or like there's different amount for which placement you're going.
Okay.
All right, that's gonna be fun in 2 days' time.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna need some more gold.
I'm good. That's why I was saving.
She also recommends if you have plans to go anywhere after that and don't have enough time to let it heal in this heat, that you acquire healing potions or magical healing in order to have it heal faster so it doesn't get infected.
Okay. How long
We
would
have
the healing
access to
period be for magic tattoos?
Well, it like normal tattoos.
Okay. Okay. So it would have to heal. Get healing for the.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll just ask one of the other two if they were willing
But
to
she will
help heal.
point out not to use any healing that removes scars because otherwise it will mess with the tattoo.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course. Yeah.
She
So
actually
would-
recommends healing potions specifically.
Healing potions.
Yeah.
Okay. Good thing I have some still, like a lot.
Yep. You're
Yeah,
welcome.
I have 4 pieces still. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. Awesome. Perfect.
Okay.
Oh, I'm making on the 5th tomorrow.
She will point out, depending on the size, right? It might take basically
A
for each
second day, yeah.
size. For each size higher, you take one long day longer for one more healing potion to get it healed because the magic is slowing it down. The enchantment,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's better the earlier.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Like small is 1 day, 1 healing potion. Medium is 2 days, 2 healing potions. You know what I mean? That's what I mean.
Standard healing, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Looking
that
at all the
scales-
options, cool.
Yeah, because if that scales, then because I only have 1 standard, but I have 2 greater.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. If that scales, then the greater would help with the medium, right? Give it in 1 day.
No.
Or at least cover the 2 days.
No, this is like it takes just time. Right.
Okay. Awesome. Alright. I'll deduct and figure out the prices later, but I already know my idea, so you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Alright. And yeah. Then I think I only have a dress planned. That's the only thing that I still have planned for the day to get done. Or at least get commissioned.
Yeah.
Or at least tailored, or however the fuck that would work.
Yeah, we need to check the timing it would take, but I think
If you want it rushed and you need it rushed, that's gonna cost you 1,000 per outfit. The Vieira's is getting done in time, like the previous day, just in time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they have at the more expensive that they do have like off the shelf?
Yes.
Okay.
They do have to adjust it to you, right?
Yeah, but then it takes much less time.
Yeah,
right?
then it
They
doesn't
just
have to be a rush order.
Yeah, they don't have to
Then
adjust
it's
it.
500. Because this is proper evening wear, if you're going fancy.
500 for an
For the
outfit.
entire outfit, yes.
Okay.
500 for the entire outfit. Okay, perfect. Do I need to reduce yours too?
Yes.
500 for you to basically go online and go nuts and let me know what you're wearing.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Figure
Alright,
out
fine.
an outfit.
500. Oh, buddy, you're getting low.
Nah. GM was like, "Oh, you want to buy shit? Let me get you buy shit."
Yeah, you're getting low, buddy. You have like 110 platinum now.
Nice.
It's still 1,100 gold.
He's, in comparison to us, he's poor.
For someone that claims want to be rich, he's terrible with gold. Yes.
He spends it faster than he earns it.
It's entirely in character, and I am so happy.
Yeah, and especially because he's also not getting paid by Lila at all, because he forfeited all his payment.
It's as entirely in character, and I'm so happy.
Yeah. So yeah, you got your rush orders. Basically, I can tell you, okay, because we're wrapping it up now, right? We're gonna time skip the next few days. Just basically,
Ooh.
yeah. We're gonna fast forward to the day of the reception, right?
Okay.
So we gotta make time skippy whippy plans.
Time skippy
we're gonna
whippy
make-
plans. Don't make too many plans because, you know,
Yeah.
you're just waiting at the moment. You don't want to draw attention. You don't want to do any heists and do some stupid stuff,
No,
right?
but we could, for example, do 3 sets of carousing.
Yes, carousing, yeah.
Yes, you could, but also might not want to accumulate exhaustion too much.
Yes, of course, yeah. But if we're skipping like 6 days, basically.
Yeah.
3 days we can recover in 6
Yeah.
easily. So
Oh yeah, I'm getting so much training
Cassius,
done.
you will have additional visits.
Cool.
We gotta at least have a call at some point just to talk that through and, you know, about important bits.
Yeah, we can do it with call. Or the last time we also did like half through like messages, and it worked fine. It was perfect actually.
Okay, awesome. Because we have now literally 4 weeks to talk about it, so
Yes.
Yeah. we're kicking off next session. Those basically in 3 weeks time, in the new year. I want to point out that now we're getting serious. You're gonna walk into the Gorgon's palace, into their home, and these are the crime lords in this city.
Yeah.
Not a crime lord, it's the crime lord.
Perfect.
Like, the lady owns the Emporium.
Yes. Okay. Alright, so before we end the session, I'm gonna use my fate point to reduce my exhaustion to 0 to give you a good start to the time skip you will be.
I also want to point out that Layla will get a way into getting that same viewing as well, but on her own, right? So she doesn't want to quite throw you to the lions by herself entirely.
And also doesn't want to be associated with us should either of us accidentally draw attention to ourselves. At least that way, if she draws attention...
She will be there, right?
Then we
as a
won't.
separate guest. You will be there as a separate guest. By the way, you will also find out it doesn't just include... it basically includes you staying overnight, actually, as guests, as house guests. You're arriving for a dinner party and a viewing, and basically staying for the dinner party and overnight. Just giving you that as a side information. I feel the heisty plans coming on.
I think the silence is because we're all still looking through the tattoo.
Yeah.
Maybe then we should wrap it up, and you all head to the office.
Yep.
And then we can chill.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds good.
Oh. Alrighty, for the people who are still watching, thank you for watching.